Well, why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. I guess, Taylor, you're going to roll the camera. We have that all working today. Very good. Welcome after an Easter break to Carson County. And we normally begin our meeting with an opening prayer. And can I invite Tom, would you mind saying the prayer for us this morning? Very much. We'll go ahead now and look at item 3, adoption of the agenda. And if you'll write down in under additional items, Murray has 2 items that he'd like to talk about. One is in regarding the Smith Road in Division 1. And Murray also has a brief discussion in behalf of Mr. Burla regarding a subdivision. And also Councillor Francis has one that I've titled Twin River Economic Development. And under our closed session, there are 2 discussion items that Murray wants to talk about. One is regarding road improvements in Division 1. And the one I have here, Murray, I called it water rights. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Was there anything else before we adopt this agenda? Thank you. Councillor Houghton has moved that we adopt the agenda as amended. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. We have our minutes of March the 23rd that Taylor had provided for us beforehand. I had a chance to read those last night. And I couldn't find any corrections or errors that need to be made. Thank you. Councillor Nish has moved. We adopt those minutes as presented. Those in favor? Carried. Was there any discussion topics as business arising from the minutes that need to be? We'll look at item 6 now. Is there any unfinished business that we need to process before we begin our other items today? Very good. We'll move to item 7, which is a delegation from KPMG. They are our auditors as hired by Carson County. We meet with them once a year, and the time has come. The day we've been waiting for, Michael, to let us know exactly what our year end looks like. And we'd like to welcome, I'll let you go ahead and welcome Tawny from KPMG. Welcome, Tawny. This is the first time you've been here, right?
Yes.
To Carson County. Welcome. Murray, you have anything you'd like to add before we turn it over to those 2?
No, not really. I just to let you know that KPMG, they came in prior to December, and then they're here about a week, I think.
Last week of January.
In January. And gets all in with whatever magic that comes through.
We see them here working in the back. They're checking things on our computers and doing all kinds of internal audits and that kind of thing, right?
They were quite thorough this year.
Good. Well, why don't you guys go ahead and have the floor and run us right through. We normally go right through this document that you've produced for us, so go ahead.
Sure. So I'll start first with our audit report, and just to let you know that subject to this meeting and council's approval of the financial statements, we are prepared to issue an unmodified, otherwise known as a clean audit opinion over the financial statements this year. Move to page 1. Items. So first, noting cash and cash equivalents. So this consists of petty cash, cash in your bank accounts, cash in the investment account, and short-term investments, which include money market.
Oh. Sure. Ratepayers who watch.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I hear that it was clean.
And some of us, like I'm a hard of hearing too, so feel free to shout it out.
Okay, definitely. Okay, yes, short-term investments, including money market funds. So the increase in cash from the prior year was about 900,000. Positive cash flows from operations of about 4.3 million. You had negative cash flows for capital of 4.6 million. This is the net of purchases of tangible capital assets during the year of 4.9 million and some proceeds on some disposals of your capital assets of about 400,000. You had negative cash flows for investments of about 1,000 and positive cash flows from financing of 1.1 million. This is resulting from the net change in new advances of debt of 1.4 million and principal repayments of 232,000 on your debt. Looking at investments, that's at just under 3.3 million there. This consists of GICs of 241,000 and bonds of about 3 million. These are recorded at amortized cost, but their market value, which is disclosed in note 5, is very consistent, slightly higher than this carrying amount there. So at December 31st, your total financial assets were 14.4 million. Total liabilities for the year were 6.9 million. Your long-term debt, as I mentioned before, had a net change of about 1.1 million due to the new debt advance and the repayments on the debt. And then your estimated asset retirement obligation has increased by 254,000 as a result of the updated valuation.
So what that is, that's called ARO. It's just, if you look at the shop and all of a sudden it had to be torn down, what is the cost of tearing it down with the asbestos in there? The gravel pit that we have, what would it cost to reclaim it back to the natural land?
Exactly.
That's a couple of years.
Yeah, 2023 would have been the first year. Then so you have net financial assets of 7.5 million, down from 8 million in the previous year. Looking at your non-financial assets, the most significant here being your tangible capital assets. This had a net increase of 1.5 million. This is the net change from any capital additions that you had during the year, disposals, and then the amortization taken on those assets during the year.
We have about $3 million in that. This year, we had about $3 million. So even though we not get a nice road in my garage, amortization eats up.
So this brings you to accumulated surplus at the end of the year of just over 52 million compared to just under 51 in the previous year. Moving to the next page, so your statement of operations. Your total operating revenue was 10.2 million, which was an increase of 938,000 from the previous year. The largest increases were seen in your taxes and user fees and sales of goods. Total expenses was 11.4 million, an increase of 200,000 from the prior year. Roads, streets, walks, and lighting saw the largest increase here. Before capital revenues, you had a decrease in revenues, deficiency in revenues over expenses of about 1.2 million. But once you factor in your government transfers for capital of 2.8 million, this brings you to a surplus for the year of 1.6 million.
Doesn't mean we have that in the bank. That was used for capital on this song.
We understand that.
I know.
We understand that it's not there to spend.
It was not even there.
Yeah.
So because it was we paid it out anyways.
We'll skip over to the statement of cash flows on page 4. So as I mentioned previously, you'll see positive cash flows from operations of about 4.3 million, about halfway down the page. Then you can see the cash outflows for capital, primarily due to the acquisitions of tangible capital assets. The increase in your investments has decreased cash there as well, and then the net increase in your long-term debt. So that brings you to that increase in cash of 900,000 over the prior year. Next, we'll move to the notes of the financial statements. I'll just highlight a few here. So the first note being your significant accounting policies. These are consistent with prior years, so no changes there. So we won't go over those in detail. Jumping to page 10, note 2, future accounting standard pronouncements. So this is just to highlight to you the next accounting standards that will impact the financial statements. This will impact your 2027 year, so still a little ways out. But basically, there's going to be some changes in the way the financial statements look as a result of point A and point B, so this conceptual framework for financial reporting and financial statement presentation. So just something to watch out for in the next couple of years. Your statements will look a little different.
We just got used to these ones. Anyways,
There's always changes, yes, I know.
it could be worse.
Okay, so then the next note to highlight, we'll jump to page 12, note 6, deferred revenue. So specifically, I just wanted to note this bottom portion of the table, which is the continuity of your government contributions. So you can see the grants received and interest recognized during the year, and then your government transfer revenue, so the amount that was spent and recognized into revenue during the year. You'll note here that there were some funding allocations available from Canada Community Building Fund for 2025. These have not been reflected. They were not received yet and have not been reflected as receivable, as it is until the projects are approved under them that you will receive that allocation.
The federal government works with Alberta government for the Canada Future, whatever you want to call it, fund. They have had computer issues after computer issues. They just got my 2024 accepted. And so I just got an email this morning saying the system is back down again. And so they have to approve 2024, so I can put 2025s in, which will be zero. So we'll be able to spend that money with 2026 this year. So that's not a bad thing. But yeah, anyways, that's why there was no money spent in 2025, because they're having problems with their.
All right,
Another discussion. Sorry,
yeah, that sounds all right to me. I mean,
we need it.
Yeah, so at the end of December, sitting in deferred revenue related to government funding was $334,000 related to the local government fiscal framework capital grant.
that's the term we reference a lot. That's the fund that we get yearly, that it's not decreasing, it's increasing a slight.
Well, it decreased slightly this year. So
That's LGFF, and then there's, yeah, was that what we're talking about, LGFF?
The 334 was LGFF,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
before
Okay.
the amount that
Yeah,
the
that's
allocation
okay.
you didn't receive.
It's fairly
Yeah.
close. It might be up or down just a little bit.
It's down about just 10,000, like
Yeah.
very small, and then next year it goes up a little bit.
be based on the province's financial net profits or loss over the next 5 years, 3 years average.
Yeah, 3 years
So
average.
Okay, then we'll move on to note 11, accumulated surplus. So this just gives you the breakdown here of your accumulated surplus into the different categories. So at the end of December, you had unrestricted surplus of about 7.3 million. You had restricted across these various reserves of about 7.5 million. And then you had your equity in tangible capital assets of about 37 million. That sorry.
I can answer your question, but finish.
So equity and tangible capital assets, that represents the net book value of your tangible capital assets, less any debt related to those assets. So that being your loans related to the assets, as well as that asset retirement obligation. So that's what that little reconciliation at the bottom of the note is demonstrating.
So the 7.3 unrestricted surplus.
That's your $3 million with Edward Jones as well.
Yeah.
Includes that.
Probably investments and everything.
Yeah.
The restricted is about 7, and then they have additional 7 in unrestricted in the investments.
Yeah, they're locked in. And so they're sort of restricted, but not restricted.
No, I understand, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
that I understood exactly. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to note 15, just your debt limit. Wanted to highlight that there. So your debt limit, as calculated under the MGA, your total debt limit is 15.3 million. You have debt of 2.9 million, so that leaves just over 12.3 million of unused debt limit available. The debt servicing limit, so that is 2.5 million. Your debt servicing over this next year is about 1.8 million, leaving 761,000 left. Your actual debt payments over the next year might not be a full 1.8. There is one loan that you have that comes due next year, but it is for a longer amortization period. So if that amount is renewed this next year, then you won't have the full 1.7.
The water due this year?
It's one of the RBC loans, yes.
The first one was in a 3-year.
The next note I want to highlight is note 17, budget information. So just a little bit more of a detailed presentation in this note this year. Basically a reconciliation of the budget that you approved to the budgeted surplus that you'll see on the statement of operations. Just due to the way the budget's drafted versus like the accounting framework, there's some items that are capital in nature that don't show up on your statement of operations. Therefore, the budgeted surplus on your statement of operations might not be exactly the budgeted amount that you have in your budget. So this is kind of the reconciliation here, showing that there's adjustments relating to proceeds on debt issued, capital expenditures, and debt principal repayments. Those items are part of your operating budget, but not something that you'll flow through the statement of operations, which results in that difference. Jump to page 25, which is your schedule of segmented disclosures. So here your revenues and expenses are just presented in a different format, so by your different departments. And then your expenses here are presented by object.
All of this information in this table format's mandatory as part of what we post online, Murray, and that kind of.
Yeah, it's all good because everything gets posted.
Yeah,
Mhm.
This is the detailed information that people can look at if they want
Goes by
to.
department.
Yes, yeah, it's a required schedule to be included. Then looking at Schedule 5 on page 28, so this is your expenses by object. You'll note that the increases during your expenses primarily related to salaries and wages, interest, and transfers to individuals and organizations, whereas you had some decreases in contract and general services and uncollectible tax write-offs.
We're gonna probably take a look at our on again.
Yeah, I think about $1 million. Oil companies over the last years haven't been
We'll look at that again.
this year, tax wise, there's only about 30,000, you know, that we will not get from the oil companies. But that's built up, so we don't have to do that next year. Yeah, we're not gonna get them back.
Okay, and then the final schedule here, just to highlight Schedule 6, your schedule of tangible capital assets. So this, you can see the breakdown of the acquisition of tangible capital assets, disposals, and amortization, all by asset category there. So your acquisition of tangible capital assets being 4.9 million. You had an increase in your construction in progress of 34,000, some disposals there, and then your amortization. As Mike mentioned, it was about 3 million between the annual and your amortization of your asset retirement obligation. And that's everything I wanted to highlight on the financial statements.
Well, thank you for bringing this to us today. It appears as though we're in a pretty safe position right now. I know that this council and previous councils, we try to be as conscious as possible for the amount of money that we spend. For the most part, we don't like to take on debt, but from time to time it's necessary to prepare for the debt in order to project. So we're still, even though we've taken on a little bit of debt, we still have room if we needed more, but we don't really want to. We just want to let people know that that's our position, that we're trying to be as prudent as possible. And I don't know if council has any comments regarding or any questions regarding what's been presented today. Anything at all?
Just get my annual rant in. Not that our accountants had anything to do with it, but their association did tangible capital asset a category was brought in 15 years ago-ish.
2010.
Yeah, anyway, our ratepayers really more informed because we capitalized all of our roads from 1900 and now we depreciate them up. So anyway, that would be my grant. So
Yes, unfortunately, it's a requirement, so you have to present that information.
yeah.
but-
That was their justification for
The province would have probably pushed for it just so they may know some number.
it. To capitalize our roads that were made in 1900. That's 125 years. I don't think it's the game with that.
Yeah, they're amortized over 40 years, most of them are the gravel, but anyways. All right, any other questions?
I also took a couple of phone calls from one of your coworkers. Alex, yeah, it was Alex. And they just ask, they want to ensure that we monitor and watch for any type of fraudulent activity if we're aware of any those types of questions. And I told them our process we have in front of us every month. We see the money that goes out of Carson County. So we have an opportunity to review it. I told them that administration highlights the yellow, any of the large amounts over $10,000. So we see the money that's going out. We have an opportunity to ask questions again and hold accountable, and to oversee the money. So I think we're doing our part in that regard. And council recently, we listened in on some I would call it continuing education on what to be mindful. The lawyers were teaching us about some bad activity that's happened in other municipalities, and we don't see any of that happening in Carson County.
Transactions.
Yeah. There's no deviant activity that we could see, and we feel comfortable with the report. I do, at least.
And since then, we've actually tightened up our credit card policy a little bit, just in response to that.
Well, that's excellent. Questions at all regarding finances and the audited financial statement for 2025? I think what we normally do is we sponsor a motion or pass a motion to accept this audited statement so that it's moved forward. Is that correct, Murray?
Yes. So now that they take it, you take the draft off it and send it up to Mike and update it.
Do you have a?
Yes, I have hard copies here to give you today, and then I
Okay.
can send you digital copies as
Okay,
well.
sounds
And then
good.
we'll make the submission into,
But overall, sitting financially safe.
We got a clean audit.
But I think, I know that, but the same, you can have $1 surplus and.
Yeah.
But we're sitting in a good position on this.
yeah, there's no indication of any concern from the work we perform.
One other question. Sure. Are we going to anticipate any changes with the government's new legislation regarding Bill 25 on anything that we have to report? I think there was a new announcement that was just made.
What's Bill 25?
It was just came out like a week ago on what we're supposed to be disclosing. Maybe we'll look into that, Murray.
Yeah, usually what the government announces.
Wages, was that it, Cam?
And the financials are separate from what the government announces. Because it's a national board that releases it, so every province has to follow the same rules. So they're probably two different animals.
What I'm thinking is next year there might be just a little bit more information on this that will be mandatory for us to release. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Employees who are over a certain threshold
Yeah.
for wages, we have to report that.
Heard that, yeah, but The wages are, all designated offices are in there. So the wages are disclosed
Right.
already.
Yeah, I don't think we have anyone.
Yeah.
But you might be in there next year and.
Well, it is in there right now.
You're in the-
And, so is the designated officer.
Yeah, the others that could be included in there.
Probably should have Steve in there as well, but.
Next year.
Yeah, they're mandating.
I'm talking with the minister on, or the deputy minister on Wednesday today, this week. Then probably get some update on that.
Councillor Francis has moved that we accept this audited financial statement as presented. Is there any further discussion? Those in favor? Those opposed? Was carried.
It's like I'm at church, you know, I'm gonna say.
Can you block that out? That's a knock against us. Eventually.
In the finance department, Michael, for having a successful year here and helping us monitor the money that we're responsible for. We appreciate your hard work. All the other employees that you work with. We appreciate the work of KPMG. So how soon is this posted? Is it? Okay. I do know that there's people that find interest in what's presented here and they go through the fine detail. A lot of them like to see how much money that we have, but we're just trying to operate and have some in a reserve. Yes, and we're trying to keep some put away for a rainy day, and we don't want to be in a position where we're walking close to the edge, you know. I think it's a healthy way to look at our finances, but thanks for
Thank you
being
for your
here.
presentation.
Right. Will we see you next year, Tony, or you think? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Thomas. You missed out on the finances.
I figured you guys would love to take care of it.
Any comments that anyone would like to make before we move on? I mean, anything at all regarding how we operate here at Carson County? I think it's open and transparent and doing the best that we can with what we got.
A couple more businesses that make a little more. You know.
All right, well, we'll just move on here and go on with our agenda. And it looks like, Marie, that we're going to move to item 8, and that includes your report.
Yeah, I'll be quick on it. Always fun trying to figure out what to tell you guys, but just to let you know, we reached agreement with Spring Valley Colony on purchase of that land in Spring Coulee. $10,000 plus we pay the subdivision costs on it, so about 14, maybe 15,000. The item in camera that we're going to talk a little later is about. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burla is about this piece. We'll just wait till we get there, but a couple things I didn't know that Mike brought up and caught, so just want to make sure council knows what direction they want to go. I talked to the village of Glenwood about the lagoons at Saputo. They had their council meeting last Thursday about trying to hook the system up into their system until we can figure that out. They have not got back to me yet. I talked to Councilor Nish about this on Thursday. They haven't or Friday, I guess it was, and then they only work 3 days a week, I believe. Yeah, and hopefully you'll let me know, but we talked about setting up an IMDP meeting with them so that our 3 counselors could talk to the 3, just to see that if it can be done. Council may have to consider contributing to the cost of updating the sewer line to hook to it. I don't know if they have funds or willingness to it. At the same time, I'm not sure how we want to participate because it's all going to be their tax dollars, their benefit for that. But just so you're aware that might, councilors attend that might get a call in the next week.
When you say council, you're referring to us
I'm talking about
or them?
our 3 counselors that sit on that IDP to meet with their 3 counselors. Come up with an idea which they'll bring back to council as a whole. But our council may have to, yeah, do we want to help fund that or not? They have not hinted at that. I'm just trying to,
That was my question.
Yeah.
What's the council you're talking about money wise?
money wise, you're all involved and you have to make that. Okay. I went out and talked to the Ridge Regional Services about the ticket that was given in Welling for going the wrong way there. They did not issue it. Either the RCMP, I had a chance to meet with the RCMP out there. They did not issue it. They figured if anybody did it was the sheriffs. They indicated they think it should be challenged because they all understand. They did indicate that they think there should be a better there so people know that it's not they said the problem is you're coming down the road, coming south, and all of a sudden you see lights on your other side and you're questioning where you're at. So I did talk to Darren Davidson. He was going to look into marking that a little better, with some delineators or something, which means probably nothing, but he was going to look into it.
That's,
Okay.
I appreciate you looking into that. I was told it was from a police officer, but obviously that was wrong.
Yeah. no,
Wrong information that I got, so it was most likely a sheriff then.
Yeah. The other thing I talked to him about is when they give a ticket out in the county, portion of the revenue comes back to somebody. It should come back to us. We haven't seen any lately. He was going to look into that. When there's, if I said, if you give a ticket in the county, either, I don't care if you get it, but it should go against to set off our cost when we call you out for a project or something. So he's looking into that to help reduce that cost on there. Okay. Oh, I didn't bring my, when we were at Brownlee, they talked about this privacy management plan. I've developed one. I've talked to all our people on privacy. How do we handle it? We're pretty good for security for our computers and all that stuff. There's a firm out there that wants us to pay, like $200,000 to do all this stuff. I don't think we need it. The plan is good. We're going to maybe talk about the plan tomorrow in our supervisors meeting, just to ensure that no private stuff goes out. But that's something that has to be done by June 1st. So I will bring more information in as we get council to approve that closer to that June information. Okay. I don't know if you've been outside, you notice the building's starting to be worked on. They put the new roof on already. They're going to work on the sides. Surprised they're not here yet, but probably a little wet. They don't want to come in, but they're still working on that. Okay. The airport stuff has started. The IFP, it should be, I think, not our IFP. Rotary Club's paying that. On Friday, the group flew out to survey the airport, so they'll start working on everything. We did look at trying to enhance that funding. I did go to the meeting last Thursday in Fort McLeod with Sean and the group there. We can apply for that funding in the fall, and maybe we can use some more money. But at this point, we just wanted to proceed with it. Wouldn't go right away. Park Services, as you know, they finally signed the agreement with the fire service that we tender out. They signed that last week. And so Danny is putting his crew together to be out there to man the fire department out there. Okay. Danny's first day will be coming on May 1st. His computers and his office is all set up. And then we'll slowly start working in the fire, but also in the safety aspect of it as well. Okay.
Did you set him up in the ASB area?
Yeah, I took that office back there. Looks like I entered that twice. I won't talk about that one. And then I think Councillor Nish, if you make it, and I are going to meet with the Lions Club tonight. At 7, to talk about additional funding for the airport. This is more for the weather station now. So hopefully they will contribute to that. That weather station goes from about 23,000 for the basic to just under 50 for all the enhanced stuff. So we're hoping that we can get 25. I did talk to Duncan Thompson last week, and he's really pushing this airport. So he's looking at telling people about the donation or about donating, enhancing it, and then we can use our donation forms, receipts, so they can get a tax reduction. So, yeah, I think we could. Yeah.
They can get a tax rebate.
In May, I don't know if it's the Rotary Club or the Lions, they have a meeting for all their groups or a dinner. And he's having, is it Shelley from Stars come down and talk? He'd be the main speaker. And in there, he's going to plug Stars and going to plug our airport to enhance the Stars ability to show up there. So yeah, we can definitely put that on and advertise for that. Okay. You'll see all the other reports. ASB is just starting to pick up. They did get their new quads. I was out there at the shop last week and they're starting to transfer from over. The old quads will go up for tender. So if you want one, you'll have to look for it coming out.
When will that happen?
Probably 2 weeks, I think.
It'll be on, posted on Facebook and somewhere else.
Facebook,
Website.
I think, website. Maybe Taylor will send it to all the emails that we have. It's all ASB ones.
If any council is interested, we have a drone sprayer demonstration on Wednesday morning at 10:30. Is it gonna be, I think that field, Liberty Field, probably?
It was right here.
Yeah, it might be right here, I don't know, yeah. Anyway, if you wanna come check it out, so 10:30.
Like the suppliers bringing it out, or, the dealer.
Hoping let's be.
Where does it come from?
I don't know. 10:30.
Pretty
I'm
amazing.
not sure where he's coming from, but yeah, but he's gonna fly around and not let me drive it probably.
You know how big it is? Like, would it be as big as this table or smaller?
About half this table. Yeah.
At the table?
They're pretty big. They can carry 60 liters, something like that.
That's pretty impressive to carry that weight up like that.
Well, they've got drones that go in for rescue now that will carry people out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Wayne says they're carrying bombs in some places.
Interesting.
Carrying weed bombs for us. There we go. So, yeah, no, they're fairly big. They had one at ASB conference. And it was at least half this table. Like, yeah.
Imagine the heat sensing part of it would be extra. Like compared to private river, there's not
Yeah,
much calibers in the area.
yeah, no, yeah, they would. That's different setup. Yes. Anyway, but yeah, if anyone's interested, 10:30 here-ish, I think. So I'm just looking.
So are they set up to spray like this? Are they set up to find the weed and spray it, or do they just do a blanket?
You can program it to like certain spots.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I guarantee they'll be like with AI, they'll be able to just fly over and
Hit the weed.
and they'll read us. Yeah.
Oh, like medium technology.
Is there, would there be like a threshold for minimum wind speed? to work? Like, if it's blowing 50K, will it work? Or if it's blowing 100K, probably you're not flying it, right?
Yeah,
No.
there's definitely limits.
but the heavier it is, the more wind it can take. No, well.
Thank you,
that's
Mark.
what- Okay, the rest of the reports are up there. I don't know if you have any questions, anyone?
Which roads are we doing this year for construction? I see one on here, but are we just doing the one road or what?
No, we're doing 251 out here.
That's by Laverne?
Yeah, and we're doing. Well,
114.
Here's 114. up by Welland, McGrath. That's the main project out there.
That's our haul route.
Okay. So we're gonna do this
One of our
one this
hauls.
year too, huh?
Well, sort of doing the engineering.
For the engineering, okay. So it won't be, well, it says construction in 26, but
Well, no, that's for the bridge. That's the bridge file on,
okay.
like the area subdivision.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's we're also raising the road up this year
That one.
when we do the bridge.
Okay.
And part of
I
that,
just had a question by a ratepayer that I was wondering if they get some more gravel on the road out here. So I said, I don't want to put gravel. I don't think we want to put gravel on it till we build it up. So,
Oh, yeah, we're not doing any construction stuff.
okay.
Boy, I'm looking at Action Tracker. There's no shortage of private driveways being plowed out, is there?
well, we get snow, it seems everybody wants it pulled out.
Dennis, what do you do up there in your area? Do you guys plow out your own? Like you would get drifted in from time to time? Mhm. Mhm. You're not trapped. Yeah. I just noticed a lot of the request obviously comes from the more west you are, the worse the climate is for the snow drifting and
But the grader operator's been really good this year. Right there after the storms. I don't know if somebody's calling in, but he's been very prompt this year. So
Mhm.
kudos to them. That's what happens when you get. Should have ran along.
Public Works. Joe, we're looking at your,
Just a reminder, we do tell everybody, 72 hours is the minimum or the maximum that would get there, so they have to be able to pass that on.
I think the time has now come where we should be congratulating Councillor Nish and our letter campaigning efforts for strychnine. I think those efforts, it actually worked. And it actually worked at a federal level. Can you believe that? Some strings were pulled and there's good results from our efforts at this table. Even though, I don't know if you noticed, there are people that disagree with that here in our community. They don't think that it should be around, but the producers obviously know the benefit of how it helps in their on the cropland and whatnot. But it's a mix. It's a two sides to every story. But and this opened up a door for a huge, like the prairies in the West. This is not a small one-time thing. This is kind of opens the door for a lot of other municipalities.
And our MLA was quite effective in helping us with that too. So,
Yeah, for sure.
So I've been getting calls like, when can we get it? What's going to happen? What's the procedure? We don't have any more information on that yet, or
Nope, Steve had a meeting last Thursday, I believe, to start. It's still 3-4 weeks away.
okay.
All his staff has to be trained and pass out. But I think he's planning to have a meeting shortly that anybody that wants to buy it has to come and be trained at it as well.
So we're probably looking at a month.
I would say
Yeah.
3 to
Okay.
a month.
So how much training, that was one question, is how much training do they have to use it? And then what's the process after they've used it?
We don't know all that yet. Steve is still trying to gather that stuff. That's why he wants to bring everybody in. Once he knows, he doesn't know if he can be the trainer or if we have to have a third party. So he's thinking him and McCoy will go, and they're hoping that they can be the trainers. Then they'll have a meeting, call everybody in, train them. I'm sure it's really just going to be make sure you put it in the hole. Don't just spread it on top. But I don't know.
Yeah,
So these guys.
there's enhanced.
Find out.
So there's enhanced.
Pipe.
For me?
You guys have a white pipe out
The
the
bait
teeth.
stations, they haven't been able to use those.
Can they do that still?
No.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't.
they can rent that stuff from us, right? And did you do a different,
I think the last time they had.
Yeah, different
Kirkland-
product, but
Yeah.
not strict.
not strictly, yeah.
Yeah, I've had a lot of questions on it. There's been rumors going around that the county is gonna spray it everywhere. I've had to,
With
yeah,
drones?
I've
With
had,
drones?
I've had to
Just try by go.
explain the process, but there is enhanced, to get approval of this, there's enhanced, protocol to use this.
Yeah.
stuff.
It's not just a free for all. There's
No.
safety measures.
And you know, one of the big things I think you're gonna be emphasizing, they actually have to go to the fields after and pick up all the dead ones. that they dispose of. Yeah.
Oh,
And I just thought I read somewhere that there was a report after.
I don't know, that could be.
Where you used it, at what time you used it, and how much you used.
Yeah, that's how they have to get, to get permission.
All that information Steve will start to get.
So,
Yeah.
So if I can just clarify, the county, just on our video area, the county is not spraying it.
So does that mean, are we still gonna push for shooting up the truck windows? Cause
Yeah.
that letter went out, and we might as well have both if we can get it, right?
You know,
Well, because we only have a year and a half.
well, that's a sad thing. I'm just gonna comment. This year's too late already. Green grass is growing. They're not gonna eat it. So by the time we get it in 4 weeks, it's over. So we get one season and then they take it off in October of 27. You know, so to me, we need to continue pushing for ongoing beyond the date.
I think the other thing we need to do is really emphasize with our producers, they need to use this correctly, because
Yeah.
if we do it right, we can get it again. If we don't, they'll never give it to us again.
Yeah.
So people have to be responsible when they get it. I think we really need to emphasize that.
We can utilize the ASB and they can perhaps put out some information and training and make it happen the right way.
I agree with you, Cam. They gotta use it how they're instructed, so whether they like it or not, if they don't, they won't have it at all.
That's right. We will use it for, whether you think the protocols are stupid or not.
How about this is like constant petitioning from the county, relaying it to him and him relaying it to the ag minister and the ag minister going to the federal government. He specifically said without your, you don't know, he didn't know if it would have happened, you know? So I don't know if there was other rural municipalities trying to do the same, but they listened.
The last time I talked to Steve, it's not even province wide, it's certain areas.
Prairies.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, you're right. We need to keep putting pressure on and keep.
I think the MDF Foothills was quite vocal about it too, because they showed when we went to the conference in Cypress County there, they showed pictures of one field decimated and the other field was nice. Dandy said, I think this guy still had some left over.
I just found it very interesting how we were heard by the federal government. Like, how often does that happen? I don't know if it's ever happened while I've been here.
I mean, I shot over 50 in less than an hour the other day on my fields. There's a lot of gophers out there.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway,
I talked to one fellow, he said he's handed out over 10,000 rounds of bullets. And one guy claimed he shot 1,400 one day and the next day in that field, it looked like they'd shot anything.
how do you grow anything?
So, you know, it's,
Joe, I got a question on 214, one of the approved road projects. The weather is nice enough out there. There's green grass growing. What's the time schedule for that? Like I would assume I'd start seeing survey stakes and that kind of thing. Okay. I just thought you might be in with Matt on the know on some of that.
Not for a timeline, I keep it to whenever he needs to. I know he's working on the Fairweather Road, that we have to build for the bridge, replacement. So he's been doing that. But I would assume it'd be starting right away.
I believe our staff has come back and be first for part of them anyway.
Yeah, I know he's talking to landowners, he's doing all that stuff right now.
I noticed I sent Murray, Matt, and Joe a picture, a text message picture yesterday. The whole length of 214 where the road work's going to be done is all seeded already right into the road allowance. But whatever, it's our ground. We'll take it back. I mean, we're talking right up to the gravel. Little few acres lost there, but whatever.
I think he's been talked about that as well.
Thanks, service boards working. But yeah, the problem with guys doing that, then get strangers into their land, stranger, and their crops gonna get all up. There's some grass there, you can catch it.
Catch it. Yeah. I just thought it's really, isn't it pretty early to be in the field? It's like April.
The farmers are working.
Are they seeding in your area?
I don't know if they're seeding, but they're certainly turning the land.
This one's seeded. I don't know.
Guys, they've been seeding for.
Okay, any questions for Murray or Joe regarding Public Works, ASB, development? Anything else to highlight there? Any questions? All right, we'll move on. Thank you for your reports. Appreciate all that information. Council reports. We have all the information from the larger committees, the ones that requisition us money. Do we know what they're asking? We have that all budgeted for this year? Chief Mountain Solid Waste, it's all in the budget. Chinook Foundation. Go ahead.
I just have a question for Wayne, Chief Mountain Waste. Bar wire. Can they still take it to Spring Coulee? They're just not taking it here?
Yeah. So what happened is, when I talked to the town of Cardston, because we had that complaint, is the person that takes their metal will not take the wire anymore.
Okay.
And I talked to Marion last week, their policy never changed.
Okay.
So I talked to Steve and we're looking around for a different bin that someone could. So I don't know if we put it in our yard or we'd put it, let's say in Cardston and say this is for wire bins only.
So we're not, so like you can't take it at the Glow Hill Spring one, like not.
Well, I haven't heard official, that hasn't changed anything with Chief Mountain.
Okay, it's the guy that picks it up. Right. Okay.
So that's just Cardston. They've shut down in Cardston Arch.
I just had some questions on it. I just wanted to make sure.
But we don't, I'm a little worried if one guy doesn't take it.
Nobody, and the problem is we don't want to get chucked all over the countryside, right?
Well, and when I talked to Steve, what we thought is if they don't, we could take it, put the bin in our county, and even let's put one out there, and then we could ourselves take the metal in and get it recycled. That's what we're looking into. No decision's been made yet, but but we want to make sure it's wound tightly and all that stuff, because we don't want. Yeah. But I don't know why Cardston, they just said their guy wouldn't take it, so they stopped taking it there.
So you can't unload wire at the Cardston site anymore?
No.
So the bin that's in McGrath for metal.
That should work.
I've seen wire.
There's wire in there.
So they just have a great big 70-yard bin there. That's perfect. Now the metal goes in there. Always everything goes in there now.
So I don't, the rule, this was just talking to Jill at the town. She just said the guy said they won't take it anymore. So they stopped taking it there. Yeah.
Since Doug Blackmore left the transfer site out here, they revamped it all. You go in a different way. You have to stop and report into the guy in the thing and circle around and unload and then come back out. I mean, I really appreciated all that Doug did there at the transfer site. He was very accommodating, put in a number of years of service to the community.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm really tell be nice because like I know ours is such a mess, right? I mean, people like it because they but then it's they never clean it all up.
We should almost look at putting a metal bin out there so everything has to go in it. Then it's easy to pick up and take out.
Just I should. They just built a ramp for the after the men's right level, get back in, chuck it. That's the all.
I'll have to go take a look at it and see. Do they own the bin?
No,
You own the bin?
Jim,
Technically.
they just want to hold it all, hire all of it. You know, pay for their hauling and
Yeah.
little extra.
Just James has a couple times has talked to me about trying to get us to help pay for bin, but they want us to haul it. And I says, we don't.
That requires a special truck.
Yeah, and I said, we don't have the time or and if we did that, then we would be putting them everywhere. Help recycle that way, but. Yeah.
Any highlights from Carson County Emergency Services? I looked through your minutes there.
Back here, Chief,
Sure, yeah.
Extended producer responsibilities, ERP program. Done anything with that? Have we registered with that?
So we are registered with, that's where we're getting our money out of Glenwood and Hill Spring, that dump, but not any other locations. So I circular materials to we will work with, and I do have a meeting coming up with one of them on renewing that. I'm talking about doing it at the other transfer stations.
Okay, I mean, it's working pretty good.
Yeah, no, we've made money on that one then to help cover the costs. But this is ultimately, it's their responsibility to do it, not ours.
Right.
But if we can help and benefit from it, it's been working. Because I think we'd want to do it when we first started. Marion wanted to do it as a group and have one agreement with everybody, but then that didn't pan out because Chief Mountain couldn't do it. So.
Okay, so we're registered, we're doing it, and let's go back to that.
We're doing it in Glenwood Hill Spring.
Yeah, okay. So we would need to look at maybe doing it. We had a couple $1,000 off of it, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, our next meeting,
Then paying and everything.
yeah, they're gonna extend, we have to do and renew the contract now. And at that time, we were gonna talk about Jefferson and all these other ones. Just not sure how much I wanna dirty up those transfer stations. There's no, something like Mountain, they don't take anything besides domestic garbage. Glenwood's the only one that actually does. Do we want to dirty up what we have there? But if it's a bin, it's not a big deal. But
So really it's back to the draft person, agreement type thing.
Yeah.
Up their transportation.
exactly.
Do the same thing we're doing.
Yeah, but if they're gonna pay us the same amount to put a bin out in Jefferson,
Yeah.
it'd probably only get used once every 2 months.
They're doing some with the trailer. I don't know what Raymond still, I think the draft has the trailers up there. For glass and plastic and cardboard.
Yeah, now they don't want it all separated. So they just want it all as one big. Just chuck it in and they will take care of it wherever.
We did have a fire with another trailer. Up there. And.
Not the new one.
I don't know, we're not sure, we think there might have been a battery in the Raymond transfer station. It got pushed in and then all of a sudden the trailer was on fire, and they got it out, got it unloaded, and nothing before. It was. Last time they just gave us a brand new trailer when. We were kind of budgeting by new one, so. We haven't heard back.
I have a question for those that attend Carson County Emergency Services.
Yeah.
Looks like there was some discussion regarding this recreation camp in the Boundary Creek area.
Yeah,
fire plan established for that? It sounds like that there's still being pushback from Boundary Creek Landowners Association.
at our meeting, we talked about that, and he said that he'd been in meetings with Boundary Creek landowners and the proponents of the camp up there, and that they were working on putting a fire smart plan into place. And he's working with them, the developer, to get that plan in place and set pass the numbers and stuff like that too, I think.
It says a fire plan has been outlined with the group. What does that mean?
Proposed to the group? It's been outlined to not to our emergency services, but to the proponent that is gonna develop the property.
That was one of the conditions for them to meet before they
Yeah.
did anything. And
Yeah,
have they come back to us with that plan, or
they haven't, we asked
No.
that
I heard
they
that
were supposed to come back to council with a plan
Yes.
too, and we haven't seen them either.
I heard it had gone out to tender, so
I heard that too, so.
maybe we should get a response.
I'm talking to them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're working with Danny on the fire smart plan. We've given them options for the road, which I think Murray wants to bring up to you guys today. And then next council meeting, they are going to come and meet with you guys and discuss that.
Great.
That's good. Good to know that that's in the works because that's important to us, right?
Yes.
All right. If there's nothing else under,
I have a few things
Sure,
I
go
need to
ahead,
report on. Remember we gave the Moses Lake group some money from the county to be the less fortunate in Moses Lake as a project. We had our first meal on March the 11th. And Wendy and I made chicken noodle soup, and we had probably 70 containers given out. So had quite a few people come. After the meal, then we had our Moses Lake committee meeting where we planned for the powwow that's going to be on July the 15th this year. That has not been determined. Most of us are hoping that it's in the ice rink again, just because it removes the weather variable and it was easier to contain. On the 13th, we had an MOU meeting in Standoff. Reviewed what all the partners are doing. We planned for the MOU breakfast, and the next MOU meeting is on the 19th at the town of Pincher Creek. June 19th, sorry.
I think I have the 18th, but
The 18th of July is the breakfast. Yes, that is correct.
so June, yeah. So, June 19th.
MOU. And at our Chinook Foundation meeting, reviewed some policies. We were informed that the province is spending $1 million to repair the roof on the Chinook Lodge. Also, they're going to do some repair to the elevators in the lodges and villa. On the 25th, I attended the Southern Alberta Recreation Economic Forum. They had a lot of ideas, different. They brought up that we were getting a new hospital, and maybe there's some medical tourism we can capitalize on there. And the next day, I attended the economic forum. It was a lot. I enjoyed that more than I did the recreation forum, because a lot of the recreation forum had to do with different types of tourism. But the economic forum, there were actually some people there that presented that they've gotten federal money to build some rehab centers and places like that. Councillor Selk and I talked to our CEO Tammy Tully at the Chinook Foundation, and she's been in contact with these people because they talked like they could help us acquire a new Chinook Lodge. You know, they only charge us if they are successful, and that's all built into the grant that they received. One avenue that we're exploring for that. So that was a good meeting. There's lots of good information there about economic development around the area. Attended the Etna General meeting. They reviewed the last year. They're looking for a new president, new secretary, treasurer, as well as new board members. It was very well attended. So I think they're having struggles all seeing what direction they want to go there. But give them credit. They'd like to revitalize their ball diamond there, and hopefully we can assist them like we did last year for control. And because you go down there, you could probably sit there all day and not move and shoot gophers if you could shoot them that close to the hamlet. I attended the Festival of Lights general meeting. They're needing more board members, more members. They're looking for more participation in the erecting their lights up and taking them down. They're finding that they're all getting an age where they would like to have a little more assistance. So I think they'll be coming to council meeting in the future to see how we can assist if we can, or they're looking for ways to keep it going. It's been ongoing for 10 years, so I think that it's a good project, at least 10 years. So
Tom, I missed that. Who was that?
Festival of Lights.
Festival of Lights. Oh, yeah.
We support them every year, and with the line item, they're very much appreciative of that, but they're looking for more involvement from the community, and wondering if we knew of anybody that would like to volunteer to help them. So here's somebody that's looking for an opportunity. There's lots of volunteer opportunities. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for reporting those items. Was there anything else? We're supposed to be conducting a public hearing. So why don't we go ahead and recess and take a break and then come back and do that in a couple of minutes. All right, now that that's done, that's item 10 is complete. Let's just jump back real quick to item 9. We bypassed that. Was there any theory regarding correspondence?
An RMA letter, there was, talking about what the province is going to take control of. It's a little concerning that, we're here to represent our people, and yet the province is going to take some control over some of the things that we have typically done. Huh? I think that the RMA, I applaud them for trying to make changes to Bill 28. And when you look at, there's going to be lots of reporting, a lot more reporting, a lot of, the sunshine list, and then the governance part, they're just taking little bits from us all the time, like a province-wide prohibition on municipalities' vacancy taxes on property. A lot of that's been there to encourage people to do something with the property. maybe not so much in the county, but we still have vacant property in the county. We don't have a special tax on it, but you know, sometime, you know, if somebody bought a lot and paid cash for it in our Farm Hill development and didn't do anything with it, we might want to levy something on them to get them to do something. But so, you know, I mean, I think we have to be supportive of our RMA, that they're working on our behalf to keep what municipal jurisdiction now as municipal jurisdiction in the future. You know, I mean, it's going to limit municipalities imposing offsite levies and a whole bunch, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff in Bill 28, you know, gets lost in the fine print, it seems like. I just think that we need to maybe communicate with RMA that we appreciate their efforts on our behalf. Because I think that, you know, if we don't stand up for rights we have as a municipality right now, we'll be just doing nothing more than rubber stamping whatever they decide that we can do. So
Is it, get writing letters, is it worth writing one to Jason? Just say, you know, keep up, I agree.
Yeah.
It seems like they just want to run us, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
I think I don't think they're thinking, I don't think they really want to run us, I think they just want to boss us around, but. But I don't know, but I agree. I appreciate their efforts. I don't know if they're getting anywhere, but
You know what
it's interesting. I think they're trying to go after Calgary a little bit, maybe Edmonton somewhat, and then we get caught in the
we get caught in
crossfire.
the crossfire.
I don't know about you guys, but are you noticing kind of a year or so, kind of a, I want to say kind of a downward or a negative trend happening with RMA? I mean, the government, like you say, I think they want to just bully us around and tell us what to do. And I don't see how things have improved with the new president. You know, it's gotten worse. I hate to say that, but that's just how I feel.
That's why I suggest Jason.
I think things have gotten worse since the other guy left.
I think it would be good to write a letter to Jason and to CC it to Karen Westerland, saying that, you know, we don't want to see the erosion of our municipal rights right now, you know, taken away from us. We want, we don't want to be run by if you're going to run, if the province is going to run everything, then what are we sitting here for? You know, I mean.
If you would have been at the last convention, you would have noticed, I think what you would have noticed what the rest of us noticed. There was a liberal flavor to some of that. There was liberal speakers, and it was weird to me. And
There's a lot of federal.
why is that happening now? You know, a guy up there trying to tell us about Carney and why attitudes are shifting towards Carney, and it was bizarre, Cam. I'm like, what direction is this army going? You know, why are they bringing these people here?
We always have Heather here.
Did you guys notice that when you were there? I mean, I'm like, I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it was in your face.
Not a surprise.
Interesting.
I mean, but I do think it comes from leadership, right? Because of that event.
I'm just telling you, just the observations, and it's just how I feel.
When we talked about this is another huge down.
Yeah. Housing.
Well, Terrence, like right now, there's the $1 million change roof. That would have to come out of.
Well,
It won't happen. It won't happen.
well, the thing about it is that right now, province owns our building, correct?
Yeah, I want them to own the wall.
Yeah, they've been trying to get us to take ownership of them, and we see this problem coming, that if we owned them, then we're not $1 million roof.
They don't all 3 buildings we have, that's good. But there's a lot of foundations on that.
Wow.
But yeah, this, yeah, that's a huge.
Area, for sure.
Well, to establish a mandatory capital maintenance reserve, well, only way we're gonna establish that is if we requisition the municipalities to support those, the Chinook Foundation with higher requisition to build that reserve. But basically, our day-to-day operations cover most of the wages. Yeah.
Yeah, it's operational expenses, that's good.
Have to raise the rates for the people that stay there, then they couldn't afford.
Well, problem is that that's already regulated by the government. If you have an income of a certain level, you can only take, you have to leave them with $300.
That's it. So everybody gives it to their kids and then they can go stay. So they do.
I'd say we've seen that before.
Anyways,
I don't know what others should say, but maybe think about it, but somehow.
do you want to do a motion or do you?
So I can write a letter and let you guys see it before. I'm questioning sending to Jason and not Gary, or?
No, it would go over 2, but Jason, he's our local.
I guess the question should go to our
MLA.
regional person, CC Jason.
Go to
He's our local.
Yeah, what's her name? Hartman? Newly elected there.
Yeah, don't recall.
Yeah,
Newell and.
Newell, yeah. Kelly Chrisman.
Yeah, and I wanted to go to the Mr. Scout too.
Yeah. I'll CC the town. I always forgot an agreement we CC them on.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, I'll write that and send it out to everybody before we.
Let's, you guys want to talk about how rural's going to be represented in the final draft of the Electoral Boundaries Review Commission? Like, good night. That's turning urban-rural divide in all of the major centers. Is that a good or a bad thing? I mean,
Through the final.
the final report's out, but now the province can look at it and do whatever they want, obviously, but this is strategic in the making. It's no different than in 2019 what the NDP did. It's the exact same situation, just yeah. Half of West Lethbridge. Yeah.
Are they putting half the West Lethbridge in with us?
Well, it shows a portion of the city of Lethbridge in what they're calling Carson Tabor Warner again.
Yeah.
This kind of the
Mhm.
nice. Sure, you get enough. Few rural, it swings that, right? That's because you don't hold.
Okay, well, let's give that some consideration, Murray, and make sure we put our thoughts down on paper and express them the way we want. Okay. Thanks, Tom, for that. Does that conclude item 9 then? We'll move to item 11.1, council to consider a request to support upgrades to the Hill Spring baseball diamonds. What's the history on that? I think we did some partial funding over the years. Was that in Glenwood that we did the shale, or was that Hill Spring?
That was Hill Spring. We did shale 2 years
We
ago.
did both, yeah.
We put money into both. I got this phone call a while ago. I mean, I've talked to a few of the people up there, but They've, their outfields were really, really bad. So they've ripped them out. Obviously baseball season's starting probably this week, next week. And, they'd like to put, sod down. So they've got a quote. The rec board's gonna install it themselves, but, they do have some money, but they're requesting 10,000 from us, and they're trying to get $10,000 from another group out there too. So
Do they have irrigation on the grounds that would help the
yeah,
sunflower?
and that's what they did. They ripped it up and they put irrigation
Oh, did
lines
they?
in. Yeah.
So they,
So this would do both. There's 2 diamonds there in Hill Spring. This would do both of them. So I don't know how long does it take before you can play on it once you probably a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want
Maybe a month.
yeah, you want to soak it.
It would-
Keep it just saturated.
I wouldn't think so, but they have put irrigation lines in. That's one of the reasons why they did this.
They think they can sod that whole thing for 20?
26 to 30, I think. So
so they're asking for 10,
10 from us,
and we gave 15 for shale. Is that correct?
6 or something.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how much.
It was just,
I think it was good.
no, it was like 6 or something. Yeah, 5 or 6.
We hauled, and that included the hauling and the
Yeah,
pickup.
for sure. Yeah, this can come from municipal reserves. So,
Yep. Yep, that's fine.
I'm gonna make a motion to give them their 10,000. They do have a pretty good little baseball program going, lots of kids in it, so.
I'll support it. I don't see that being out of line with what the purpose of municipal reserve is for.
So, but yeah, that's what they've done is they've ripped it out and put irrigation line in. Yeah, I said they do have a good little program going, so. Anyway, that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
What if they don't get the other funding? Are they gonna, like, can they do the project?
They'll do one of them.
Are they
So,
going to
yeah,
towns for the other 10? Are they going to the town for the other 10?
They have some in reserves and they're going to their.
Community?
Wow.
So if they only do one, are we just giving them half? So
No,
don't get hit next year with it for another 10?
no, well, no, if they do one, it'll be because they didn't get the other funding. And so between us and what they have, they can do the one, right? So, and then they'll probably seed. They can't get sod.
Yeah, oh, I see.
See, they'll seed, and then they won't be able to play on it this year. So,
So they started this project. I've driven by it several times,
yeah,
and they didn't have the funding all in place, or?
I'll just. Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$100.
Another question that I have, Welling has a ball field. We're lucky, we don't have any gophers in that area. Do you guys have, is there infiltration with pests gonna destroy the sod and your grounds there? What happens out
not
here?
so much there. I don't recall seeing a lot
I've
of
never
it.
seen them there, but
No?
I mean, it's always always a chance, but they
Kids all have 22s there.
That'll be a little.
Yeah. So the diamonds,
That's what they're doing in the dugout.
the diamonds in McGrath don't have any rodents like that I've seen, destroying the field.
It helps more when it's irrigated.
Yeah, if it's
Yeah.
irrigated, they don't like that.
Right.
They
All
have
right,
quite an active rec committee there, do they not?
It's very. You actually have to run to be able to.
Okay, yeah, I believe you sponsored a motion for that amount to that organization. And we know what the purpose is for, and it's from municipal reserve. Is that correct?
That's right.
Those in favor? Carried. All right, we're on the topic of municipal reserve and, Murray, why don't you go ahead with this one? We're gonna,
Yeah, this was brought up last council meeting. Council asked for us to bring back the policy on municipal reserves. Is the price, really the question is the price adequate for the value of the land right now? Basically, we've got set municipal reserves to be calculated on $2,000 an acre for the area around Dalnita, $3,500 for everywhere else. It used to, at one point, it used to be separated out even further, but council turned it all back down. So basically, if the map comes up, everything in this color is 2,000 and everything else is $3,500. So the question for the policy is, do we change these rates? And this is,
Did we, was it, did we not increase the municipal reserve once since I've been here already? Like, wasn't it lower than 3,500 a few years ago?
Yeah.
Was it 2,500?
so at one time, but at one time it had 3 different things for each area. So really it's, what's the value of land to be subdivided? Do we want to charge the
What's,
the act says up to 10% of the value of the land, market value, but council's taken this and said, we've set it at this rate. An individual can appeal if they believe that this is too high, they can go get an assessor to evaluate that land. And then council can make a decision on that, but,
Yeah,
exactly.
will you clarify for me your comment of 10% of the value?
Valuable
Parcel.
of it was
So the,
3,500. Yeah, so if I do 10 acres, it's 10%.
10% of the 10 acres. Okay.
yeah, so the act, yeah, says we need to take that.
10% of the value. Like, well, 10% of the value of 3,500. The
Well,
piece, yeah.
Really, it's set up so that we can take 10% of the land for municipal purposes, like a fire department. But the option is there to take that 10% in cash. So that's how
Okay.
it's
Not 10% of the 3,500 and eight
No.
per acre on the full thing, just 10% of the land in question.
right.
Okay.
we're just here to consider whether we still think 2,000 and 3,500 are still
Fair.
accurate and fair, and if not, what would your proposal be?
So
A modest increase or just keep it the same?
Tom has his hand up, but I have a
Hi.
comment too.
I don't want to I mean, we benefit by people doing subdivision because they build houses and other things that we can assess. I hate to see the municipal reserve keep somebody from doing that. So I don't know whether 3,500 is enough, but I know that if you start getting up very high, they'll look at it and say, well, I already got to pay all the fees to subdivide. I got to pay all this. It's not worth it. There's nothing in it for me. So I think we got to be careful of that too.
I would agree with you, Tom. Murray, parables, do we know what municipal reserve is for some of our neighbors?
I don't.
Just curious.
I didn't look or ask, but
Just curious. I don't know. Maybe County Warner or India Pincher would be another one.
I can have Jody call Warner and a couple of them.
Yeah. I don't think we want to discourage it, but if you look at it, what we could do is take 10% land, and what really is that land, right? So. You know, I'm with you, Tom. It's like, but you can't. You dream to plant land for.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has been, the dollar value that we've got attached to it is way under any market today, way under. And, you know, I think that, I don't know that unless we got extreme, that would discourage anybody from doing it, because why are they doing it? They're going to sell it or whatever. But to me, it ought to be raised for sure from where we're at. But the dollar figure, yeah, I don't know if you go to, you know, I would say 5 on that and
Before I make
4 in Del Bonita. I don't know.
I would just like to see some comparables before I'd be comfortable raising it.
And I think that's a good point, if we could find some. Yeah.
Well, we defer till the next meeting. Make a motion to defer till we gather some more information.
So the reason we changed it is because someone was making a decision on every time there was a sale. Is that right? Or some,
No, we had,
on the value of the land at that time?
Well, we had at one time, yeah, we would talk to the assessors to see what the value was. And then we would, not everybody would be paying the same. So council said, let's just make it simple so they're paying the same. So someone in Mountain View would be the same as McGrath or Welling. Before it wasn't.
I know of land that just moved for 12,000 an acre. So, you know, we're way under
Irrigated?
irrigated, 9 for dry.
Viper Drive. I'm gonna start doing the math here, what that is.
It's not. You got plastic.
Serious?
You know, yeah, it's just,
Holy cow.
Irrigated land, but I mean, even delving, what's plastic, what's even plastic the more delving? Yeah, exactly.
so say, you know, we're way under market, and where's the right figure? I'm not sure, but I feel like we need to, or we should raise.
And
You know, I agree. We're not here to discourage, but end of the day, municipal reserves is used to improve our community from
Yeah.
parks, schools, and all of that, right?
good use, I think, for municipal.
Exactly. So like, you know, I don't think we should be charging 12, but
No,
but
I
there's
agree.
there's
I think we're,
I like to wait and see.
yeah,
I agree, I think.
no, and I think that's a good move. Let's find out if we can, what maybe an average or what others are doing.
You know, I can send out, CAOs all have this group we can send out and I can ask what, everybody won't answer, but rate and how much, and or is it just a percentage of the value of land?
And how often do you review it, you know?
Yeah, well, that's,
In reality,
if you asked even just two of our neighbors, Pincher and Warner, right? Like those
Okay.
are kind of our comparables, really.
yeah.
Willow Creek, maybe, I don't know.
We'll ask. I'm in a meeting on Wednesday with the local ones, so I can ask them.
No.
Talk about money.
Yeah, exactly. So they say, so for someone that whine that it's too high, it's way too cheap but yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, I think we should point out, we could take, 5 an acre, or we could take 10% of that.
Yeah.
Councillor Nish has moved that we defer, and I think that's wise that we do so. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Carried. That's 11.2. Moving on to 11.3, we're going to review another policy here. Meetings, conventions, and committees compensations for. Did we not talk about this at our last meeting? And
No.
you made a change or two?
We ended the red just, per diem conference.
Yeah.
Or other events when a motion is made by council to attend an additional meeting. And then we just changed AMD and C to RMA. So that means, these ones are automatic, but if you're going to something and council says, votes and says you're going, we want you to attend.
Okay, there's a request from the minister to be in Cardston this Friday. Is my mileage paid, or I'm not going to do my time, but is my mileage when I drive my diesel truck or not?
I think mileage is always paid if you're representing your town.
I wouldn't chart, I would feel comfortable if the mileage was paid, that's it.
No, it's not, I mean, the mileage we paid, but your real wage or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
So we brought this back just to make sure council's okay with it. If they are, we just to make a motion to accept it and we'll update.
Any further discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you for bringing clarity to that at our last meeting, Dennis. That's good to know that we're all playing by the same rules. Gravel sales fees policy review.
So I don't know if we want to talk about this right now or after we talk about the gravel. Matt had some forms. Did I pass? Do you guys all have a form on your desk with the price?
We have that we're talking about later.
Yeah, and this is more the fees that we charge for the gravel. What we're looking at is, what should we be charging? Right now, we're charging $15.50 a cubic yard. Matt did a quick report.
I know that we raised this, Murray, because we were quite a bit under and it was making some of the local suppliers not too happy. So we raised it. You guys remember raising it? Maybe it was last year or the year before.
Last year,
It was substantially under what the current market was. So
Don't have the report that Matt gave me.
Maybe we can do it.
Yeah, because I think he recommended the average wage or cost of gravel right now is about $34 a cubic meter.
is he here right now at all?
Yeah, actually, let me see if he's
Yeah,
here.
your pricing on.
Or I'll have him come up and we can go on.
and here's not this gravel.
15. Yeah. And you said the average is 34?
This is one, his report. Nelson's is the lowest, but you have to haul it from there. But Sage is like, I thought he said it was 34. I'll print, I'll go find it.
Is that
No, it's picking up in Cardston. Just see if he's around.
Days when you got 50 or 100 yards free, it's great.
I'll just go see if it's on my desk.
think we're good all days.
Yeah. So somebody wrecked it for us and hauled the whole pit away.
Now our roads are all deep gravel.
We don't want to give our gravel away, right? We raised it 15 is still a good price. And I just bought a load of gravel from Southwest. I should look at what I paid for it. I have it on my phone, what I paid for it. Let me find it.
Higher.
Like did that, but like. That's just a cost on.
Well, like I say, at least get cost on crushing.
Tenor keeps going down, which is still gonna be less than.
Well, yeah.
We'll do less gravel.
No, the Bevins pits just needs it.
Are we screening that?
So it's 1450.
That's our cost. Yeah. 20.
Back. Find it?
Yep, I did find it. Are we talking 3/4 crush?
Yes, yeah.
I bought 11 ton at $23. Right there.
So the main reason I asked Matt to look into this was really, we know our gravel cost is going up for crushing. I just didn't want to be in the hole as we charge it, so. So I know we're talking about tenders a little later and they can talk about the price that Matt and Joe did. But as
From what I understand about the tenders, Murray, the prices are higher, but they're still within budget. Is that right, Matt?
Yes.
So what would you advise us to do with this gravel pricing this year?
He's got.
Is that what Murray just passed here?
Yeah.
Where does it say that? Oh, okay. So we're currently
15.
850 is.
Non-residents 19.
Where are you reading that one?
Up here.
Oh, that's current.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm looking down at suggested. Yeah, yeah.
11, 18 and. Yeah, but we're still limited on, like 40 yards.
Somewhere in there. I can make a discretion, I think the policy says
Yeah.
has a mile or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, this is from Matt to you, Murray, in just a couple days.
So we're looking at, 40 cubes, a maximum, but he has the right to a maximum of 3 residents. So if a guy has 3 properties, he can get 40 at each of them.
Oh.
And this will tie in with our conversation a little later with our,
This work with the tenders that we got coming, you know?
So this 1399 would be the average of the last 4 years plus our future 2 years. That makes sense. Versus what we've got coming on those tenders. Basically, it'd be a 6-year average from 2020 back.
Riding out the increase, I got you what you're saying. How much sales do we have of this gravel? Like how many users are buying it?
we can,
Some will take a load and some will take. Yeah,
so last year we made $65,000 on people buying gravel. I we didn't make that. That's the sales plus. Yeah,
Possibly at least calm down a bit more.
it could have been just shown in the budget as against the income side. So, I don't know if the average is $2,500 per individual buying gravel.
So is the resident pricing, is that satisfactory for council? What he's suggesting here? It's only a $2, $2.50 increase.
yeah, I'm willing to make a.
The other thing is if we don't sell gravel, I'm not saying we have to because it's not. It's, you're paying on the average, what'd you say, Matt, was $34?
Yeah.
Depends on where they get it. It's down to, sure how that works.
Nelson's is at 1524 way out in Delta. They haven't moved their pressure and do a lot of stuff out there, so. The Lord thing, but
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we go to 18 for resident and 22 for non-resident.
Matt, do you know, you
Yeah.
track like
22 or 2250.
22, just even figure.
do you even know what the breakdown is, who you're selling it to? You have a record of that?
yeah.
What kind do you sell to non-residents? That would be like what, poker?
Our policy, I think we sell it to businesses unless they're directly related to projects in the county. Not sure
Because they'd have to wait until we're in the pit, right? They're just. It's be like Ultra, St. Mary's Dams.
to hit it over. Like that was Royals, the next crush. I appreciate it.
Kayla Grant has made a motion to go with Public Works' recommendation. Let's talk about it some more before we vote on it. If you wish, you feel that's good enough, I guess is the question.
It was 18 and 22, you said?
Yep. Even dollars on both 18 and 22.
Still a
Yeah.
pretty good deal.
That's
Pretty
still
good
a
deal,
heck
yeah.
of a lot cheaper than you can buy it anywhere else. And if they don't want to buy our gravel, then go buy it somewhere else. I mean, we're barely covering our costs, so. That's the way I'm seeing. Yeah. Nobody has to buy it from the county. And everything's going up, and so we should at least recoup our money.
Matt, do you ever communicate with your cohorts and other municipalities yet? Do you know, have any idea what they're doing elsewhere? I guess everyone's different based on the availability of the gravel that they have in their area, right? I'll support LeGrand's motion. Is there other supporter on the table for LeGrand?
You could limit the non-residents. They like over, they won't fit 1,000 yards, 2,000, so 1,000 yards. I usually work with them when I can. Like if their company, they're usually looking at a specific project or like over a lot of time they'll like doing stuff with the programs and that. They're stuff with stuff that you. There's sometimes the canal roads.
Was there ever a time where we ran out of gravel and we needed to crush more? Or like, are we hurting ourselves by selling this stuff?
Sure, I have to use some of those just pile up in our year.
We don't want to run out.
That's where some of my trading goes.
Matt's pretty good at that, looking at what we need for the next year or next time we crush in that pit.
Yeah, like when I go through and figure out what we're trying to crush, obviously we're trying to keep it in within a budget too, but when I go through and make my wish list of what we're trying to crush, I'm usually looking at a past 5 to 10 year average. I got 12 years of data now that I can go back on really easy, keep up every year so that I kind of know how we're fluctuating in that pit, what we're using out of it. There is going to be for road building and stuff.
But another thing that maybe we should talk about, I'm at a good point, I think I understand. Being out of gravel at the Bevins pit and Mountain View. Kimball.
When you say out, you mean a ready crushed, not supply?
No, my
Evans pit will be done this year. Sweet last.
Yeah, like we're hoping to crush 50,000 cubes out there, I think this time. You know, we did some test holes here a while ago and stuff, and for 3 meter face and some, and 3/4 of a meter and others. And so I think we'll be hard pressed to get somewhere in that 42 to 48,000 cubes if we're lucky and everything goes good, and get to be a pretty good route. Crushers.
Which also means either we've got to haul from Del Nito where we have lots of gravel or find another pit. And my personal opinion is it's nice to buy the pit because we're finding it, but you know, what's the difference? You're paying $2 a cube still, or is it more for royalties? As that goes up, you know, and in the short run, that's going to be cheaper just to do it that way. But More than those.
I think we should set this today. I think we should review this every year. There's, we're not bad. There's a lot of counties that have no gravel, but it's definitely a finite resource.
We've been any looking out of Lumpy Butte.
I've heard about, I haven't had any, but we building.
We did do some test holes back when Jerry was here, and I really liked the test holes. We did talk to Mr. I want to say Barris, Deeb, and no way. Now that he has passed on, we haven't approached his son, but we'd have to build a road coming back in through that side and get into it. I don't know if we can find the documents of where it's all at, because I don't know exactly where it's at. Yeah, but I know Jerry back there dug some holes and said it was great. And if we can talk to the boys that are running it now, maybe they'll sell us that quarter or something.
Any other discussion? I'm prepared to call the question here on going with this recommendation as presented. Drew LeGrand's motion. Any other comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. Effective now, I guess you can update our price. Does that have to go on our updated schedule of?
Yep. So Taylor will get that updated and we will let everybody know tomorrow, and we'll take the complaints for a while.
But it's still cheaper than everywhere that I can see.
Well, that's
By the time you go get it.
Yeah. I mean, they're saving $1 grand not to our get it. I'm like, oh.
Is there-
Yeah.
Is the gravel at the Bevins pit where you're into higher and lower, is the quality still there?
Yeah, doesn't look bad. It all depends on what you're screening out and pick up the.
Maybe we're gonna do some screening there though, or?
Yeah.
Matt, while you're here, we're going to jump to item 11.8. If you're willing, we can review the. So it shows here we have gravel tenders for a 2-year period here. 3-year period. 26, 27, 28. And why don't you go ahead and explain to us your findings here? From what I understand, it's still within our budget, but it's an increase, right?
Yeah, so the goal kind of was to get more consistent pricing through a contract that they know they have for a few years. So we were hoping to get lower prices. Kind of seeing the same prices that we were getting last year, which why we raised budget because of the prices that we got last year. The Sage was the only one that put it in a bid. No other companies even came out to even look at it, which is kind of what we've been typically seeing for the last few years. Sage is the only one that's been competitive or put in a bid for the last few years on our pits. So it falls within budget for every year. As said before, the Bevins pit is done this year. So it's going to be more of a chasing the same type of project. And hopefully we'll get the 50,000 cubes. But it's likely. So it's nice having Malins do it because they know how to deal with that pit. Nobody likes that pit. The Malins hate that pit. So, so it's hopefully that's there. And then 2027 we have slated to go to the Kennard pit, which is also another pit that's probably only got not too long left. We're cutting into the corner of where we can go now, or we can jump across. Yeah. Kind of limiting us. It does gravel as you go east, so we could possibly talk to the next landowner and expand it into the next landowner's property there. But we'll have a few more crushes out there, I believe, but it's coming to its end. And then in 2028, we have slated to go to the Riverside pit, which they've just been approved for class 1 out there for, I think they had 50 years left in crushing on their gravel pit. So 50. Yeah. Yeah, they hired MPE to do a study and saw how far they could go, and they have quite a bit out in that area. So, also part of this contract is a possibility of negotiating extensions, 2 more extensions, 1-year extensions, which would work out well for us with Sage, because in 2029 we hope to go to Mountain View, and we go out of their pit in Mountain View. So, if there's anything there, yeah. So
Is that the pit right north of Jacobs? And Matt Nelson had it at one time. Is that still Matt's or not?
No.
Sage owns it now.
He sold it. I was told that's a really good pit, like a good quality gravel.
Yeah.
The gravel's good. The elimination they can use on their concrete side, and so they like that because the elimination side of it is good for their other business, and so that's why they probably say it's really good gravel. But
Like at least my time here, it's been a lot of smaller rock. It's the end of it. You have a hard, you have a hard time doing an 1.5 inch. Even our crusher last time, gravel pile was this big and sand pile was this big, you know, it's
Are
Yeah.
hands tied when we have one company bidding on this? Like, what else are we gonna do? Is the question.
I mean, there's other guys out there.
Yeah,
They don't want to come down here. It's like
as I read that, the question came to me, why do we only get that one bid? Is there some history? Is there?
no, just custom crushing.
One bid from them to move the crushers. And some crushing never did, but they're not really big on that, they're more in their own pit, so they don't get too into it.
I don't think we've had a bid from Nelson's in four years.
Like, I really thought we had one in Dillon last year, but it was close enough, and I figured it was a big deal for them, but.
Not interested in moving.
Just the custom crushing business is quite small.
Yeah.
There isn't a lot of guys that do it. There's a lot more up north than there is down south. Sage probably does the majority down south for the majority of the counties around in our area. So Nelly bid once. Yeah. And then ran away. Yeah.
What, they quit halfway through?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Machine wasn't working. I think we beat them out.
Yeah, there was like on parts from Zimbabwe and.
they missed that.
Yeah.
Moving. Here's that.
You guys want to make a motion?
So when
Carry
these,
this forward?
when these bids go out, do you send these to specifically to McNally and some of these so they for sure
A
know?
lot of time I'll send it to our citizens. Nelson, now when it's head up now and all through county per se.
We put it up on APC. So
Yeah.
we put it on the provincial
I
purchasing.
just wondered if
Yeah.
You specifically give it to some
Yeah.
directly. Yeah.
When we talked with Jared, though, he talked to other crushers, and about the project and wanted to make sure they came in on it, and none of them ever did. So Telstra doesn't do much custom crushing. They just kind of deal with their own pits, and McNally's kind of go in that direction as well.
One of the biggest issues I think for crushing is that we do such small amounts. We think 50,000 is large for us, but Warner, last time they did was 120. And some of these other municipalities, they do larger because they have the money and they can take it.
General, would we accept the under bid we got for the next 3 years?
Okay, been a good discussion. Those in favor? Carried.
One question further on the gravel side, the Bursey pit, is it history? Is it depleted? Is it a possibility? I don't know.
I haven't really looked at that pit since we got the Valnita one.
Yeah, we've got our pit out there and kind of service in the same area.
That's a good.
That Bursey pit. I just wondered if it had been exhausted or what happened there that.
I don't want to say much, but I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say it later, because I think I know a little bit, but.
Okay.
I do want to say that we need to find some more pits, especially more in that probably Mountain View area, south of Cardston. We need to find gravel in those areas, especially south of Carson, since this is the last year. When we come around to this area again, hopefully we'll have something in line in 4 or 5 years when we come back to some. Maybe even sooner if we can't get enough out of the last little bits of this one. So if you do know of an area that we should start investigating, just let us know. Because
doing some test holes with the phone because now we're getting a lot more regulation and that's one thing right now. Even with the veterans bid, we're going into our last crush on it. We've got problems cracking down on this one whole pit plan.
yeah.
I think it's gonna be a more exhaustive effort.
Yeah, when we say investigating, we're hiring a driller to come drill test pits, just like we did in Bonita. What's that? It was a long time. Yeah. Del Bonito is a really good pit. Yeah. So.
Deep that you had to make him, what you announced made him fill it up with it. Or was it us?
No, that was.
Yeah, no, Sage's good. I'm saying,
Yeah.
there's just how deep that we started. Yeah.
You went off the road there, you'd be down 30, 40 feet before you stopped. Straight.
So, and if Councilor Nish can ever get the road ban off of the highway, then that would help us out as well.
Waiting for Darren Davidson to come.
Hey, Matt, why don't you hang around for this next discussion topic? Because Murray has been in discussions with the CAO of the that's just Waterton. Murray, they're proposing that we do more for them, and it includes road blading and plowing. This is all new, isn't it?
No, they're not asking for anything. We already do that. So that's.
We already do. I thought we do that currently for them.
Well, let me just pull it up on this, just for the Crooked Keep ground.
Oh.
Not the town site.
I was wondering what that, like what are they asking us?
So to get the funds, I talked about, we blade this road, we maintain this road. They should have to pay part of it. So Yeah, so the ICF is that we would get $7,500 a year, cover our blading and our snow plowing of that area, plus the fees to the campground. So, yeah, I was probably
Something Matt's already doing.
something I'm doing.
Did that price go up at all?
There was never a price there before,
Okay.
and we talked about doing this. So I suggested 7,500, thinking they would. Yeah, but they accepted it and threw it out. So I'm like, should have charged 10, but yeah, they make good money on that campground.
And that covers our fees for the waste?
For the waste and for the time that Matt spends in there. Not a lot, but
Okay, it sounds like on it. This is a done deal. We'll have to,
292. And their approach is probably right there, so it's really nothing.
So they,
We're still billing for calcium. That has nothing, calcium never came up in the discussion.
That's just the blade.
That's just the blade. Under the ICF, we're supposed to help cover transportation, just like we do at the towns. It just goes the other way this time.
Make a motion to accept the
the current
ICF.
agreement, current agreement that's already been signed off by them. Is that right?
Yep.
All right. Any other discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Is there anything else here for Matt? I don't think there is right now. Thanks, Matt.
I'll get that and get you to.
Hey, we still have a few minutes. I'd like to take care of as much as we can before.
You have anybody waiting?
Oh, I don't know. I doubt it, but
You have a couple delegations after lunch and
jump to 11:05.
yeah, we'll do 11:05. You can go and do that one.
AI policy, this was brought up by Councillor Francis a while ago. We had all our research done, we just didn't have the policy prepared or kind of dropped it. But basically what our policy is going to say, is what the policy is, you can use AI, but the staff are going to be responsible to ensure that is right. That we also share if we're using something like you'll see this report that Mike gave you today on the finances. At the very bottom, you'll see a note that says AI generated, or he still had to go through it. Joe brought up a couple of questions like we don't want to limit people's use of it, or we don't want to discourage them from using it, but we also want to make sure that they are using it right. We want accounts, not a home account that they have where they're putting important data in and it can be saved there. So they got to use our account. At the same time, we also don't want even on our accounts, we don't want someone to throw in the personnel records of everybody with their SIN numbers and all that. They got to be careful on what they put into it. So this is talking about the acceptable AI. I'm assuming you guys all read this. Just basically use it to benefit our business, but don't abuse it. And it kind of relates to our policy plan, privacy plan. And then we do talk about discipline if they don't. Sorry, I should mention things that are prohibited from using it. We don't really use it for legal or professional services, or if we do use it for that, you have to send it off to have a lawyer look at it type thing. Confidential information, you shouldn't put that into it. The big thing is, AI can do a lot of things, and we can't direct it and make it hurt somebody, right? So if you're making some funny pictures of somebody and it's wrong, you can't do that. So hopefully all those things I did last year for the AI for our summer thing, no one was offended, because I would not be in if I had.
I remember that. You contravened or
no, because I don't think it was bad at that point. There was nothing in there that was harmful or illegal. So, and then like I said, at the end, if someone does keep causing problems or doing things wrong, we could discipline them. And then we want this to be reviewed on a regular basis as it's changing so fast that who knows what can happen.
This is the start of it.
This is the start of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, Tom.
We're gonna identify though that whenever there's a report generated by AI, that it's identified on the report,
Yeah.
like it was today.
Like it was today. That's the goal, is we have to acknowledge it. So if I do something and like if I write a letter, usually what I do now is write a letter and I'll drop it in the chat and say, correct my grammar, and I don't really label
No.
that and say anything.
No, I don't,
But if I
I'm
go,
saying if, like that financial report there, we need to be aware how it was generated and I think it'd be nice to have the person sign off that they checked it.
yeah. Yeah, and then it may be something that we should do, but that's basically what the policy says. They have to acknowledge it. And then ultimately they're responsible for what it says.
Okay.
Because AI, you can do a lot of stuff, but I found it's lied a lot of times because it doesn't know yet. So,
Taylor, do you find AI helpful here? Very. It's a
no.
I can't, doing it every year, 'cause it's
changing.
Yeah. Most of this AI policy, to be honest, I took it from the county of Lethbridge. They had one. We're working with them on a different AI program that's going to work just with management, and all it's going to do is look at our documents. It's not going to go out and do other stuff, so that'll be a little bit better. But I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of things that is going to happen with this stuff.
And this was a topic at RMA.
Yeah.
Where's learning about this? This
It's
is
also a topic at Brownlee.
kind of the wave of the future here. All right, motion on the table sponsored by Wayne Harris, Councillor Harris. Those in favor? Thank you. Carried.
Business park one?
Yeah, we asked you to collect some pricing. It looks like you've done that. And is there any particular sign that stands out that we should authorize to purchase here?
I'm looking. Oh, I'm sorry.
I like the metal ones.
That's what I was going to say. I like this type freestanding.
I like that one too.
I think we do on that parcel. We do one like this that's double-sided, and we just set it on a east-west thing right at the entrance. They can see it both ways. I thought for a while we should do a V, but I think every time I drive by, and then we put one more one-sided on the south side of that park coming up the road. The cost for those, I think, well, this has been a while ago, but it's been about $5,000 for the 3 signs. And that was the cheapest. These guys, we can go bigger. You guys asked for bigger, but that's for 2 signs. It's the same price. And then neon signs, finally got one. This is wood. They wouldn't do metal, just for 2 signs. So it's even, that price. So it says my recommendation is the double-sided metal, double-sided on the one, and single-sided on the south side of the park.
I'll make a motion that we go with Murray's recommendation.
Where is this company? Did you find them in Lethbridge?
Yeah,
I've dealt with them for years with the school division. They're a good company. They do a good job.
Good.
They're the guys that made the Carson signs for the Indian naming. So they did all those signs. Yeah. But they would also put it in and everything. We'll do it
Is it?
first
Those
call.
posts are set in concrete, drilled in the ground, or?
Yeah.
Yep. My understanding, he says that they will put them in and then concrete 'em, and then we can go in and do whatever else we think around them.
That's gonna be a 5x5 sign.
5 by 5, yep.
I like the fact that it's metal. It's going to be there a long time.
And it's just gonna be the logo. I don't think we need to put Karsten County or nothing on the bottom of it or anything.
I was looking at Is there contact information on it, like a phone number or anything like that?
There's no phone numbers. We can put it, we haven't just, we can put it on there.
You think
I had it on there and I thought, well, why would, because once it's sold, once it's maxed out, they're never gonna need to call us.
Yeah.
They can-
anyone can do it.
They can Google that, Carson County, and
Yeah, if they're seriously interested,
Yeah,
they'll find
they'll
Carson
find a
County.
way.
Yeah, because we'll have Carson County underneath.
Yeah.
We'll have the Carson County underneath. We could.
Lots for sale.
We could do that, our guys.
Something we can take down after.
Yeah.
So the one question I did have now that I remember, it shows on your little picture there, 12-foot post, but it also demands a 13-foot. If you're going 8 out and 5 in the ground, it comes up 13 feet.
But we're going to go with metal pipes and concrete, so.
Probably put piles up, probably
Yeah.
pile.
Yeah.
Uh,
How deep will the metal one go? It's gotta go deeper than that in this country.
I'm not sure. Is this for the,
Yeah, that is the wood one I was looking at there.
that's
Yeah.
the wood one?
No, but yeah.
Oh, that's the metal one. Sorry, that's the metal one. 4x4, 2 freestanding signs. I don't know how deep it goes.
He kind of left that open so we could tell him,
The last thing you want in the ground is
Exactly.
Ah,
That's what I
this.
said. It's gotta be
you don't
down.
have a bunch of braces holding it up.
No.
Well, we can make sure, if we okay it, I'll talk to him, make sure. I will
Yeah.
say you think it needs to be how deep? 4 feet?
I would call it shorter.
Let's say 4 feet with at least a 12.
Concrete around it.
Because over time, I mean, that thing's up in the airways and it takes a
Well,
lot of
the good thing
resistance.
about it's only 5 feet wide, so it's
Yeah.
not gonna be that much.
So-
Both of them are gonna be facing east. So you'll see a little bit of wind, not the full
full-blown.
blown. You'll be,
Yeah, just,
we'll make sure it's deep enough.
Yeah.
And if they put the concrete and then we go back in like that one and put a concrete pattern up just on top of it to make it look nice.
is Matt gonna go lay it out where we want it? Like, put markers in the ground, this is where we want the sign, or gonna leave it up to them?
We're gonna tell them where to put it. Let me just pull up the map here for a second. And I'll show you where I'm thinking and then you guys that go by it all the time.
And the motion is not for a V sign, just a one-sided sign?
Just the one-sided and one double-sided, but not a V, just a straight. So I'm thinking we've got this little area because the road now comes up somewhere up here. We got an area right here with the high mark it'd be north of this road, the new road, and just south of the current road. So it'd be in this area.
So as you're turning, coming into our subdivision, it's gonna be right there. You'll see it right when you immediately turn.
Yeah, well, you'll see it as you're coming up to it both ways. So the person that's coming from this way will turn before the sign and the person coming this way will turn after the sign.
So the sign would be right there where your arrow point,
Yeah,
parallel to that east-west road.
yep. And then the other one's gonna be down, Joe's got the little lot that we're gonna keep, this area here. It'll be in there somewhere. I haven't decided, I don't know if we've looked at it, but it's just gonna face down that road. So if you drive through it, you drive right into the sign after you hit anything else. If that's all right, I mean,
The surveyors went out last week and put pins everywhere.
we'll find it. We'll put some stakes in just to maybe in the next day or two, and you guys can take a look as you drive by, and then when those guys get the sign done, probably in good.
All right, well, a motion for approval for the metal sign and the details, Murray will communicate those those with the company that's put them in. Any other discussion? Who made that motion? Thank you. Those in favor? Carried.
Stop from that.
If they want to bring it in, is there any other items we can, do you guys want to, we can give first reading to, yeah, why don't we do those? I was thinking we could get those done too. We'll start with 15.1. We had a good discussion this morning. A public hearing was held as we considered what we're doing here on county-owned lands. It's right in Division 6. It's all of it's the south side of the road in Wayne's area. Thank you, Councillor Francis. Move second reading. Those in favor? Carried.
Third, unless Wayne wants to move third. Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion? By rezoning this in this fashion, we are mindful of comments from neighboring municipalities and neighboring residents. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you for that. Joe, you have this one on our schedule here. This is a Carlson property in Division 6. And there's a map. If you want to bring the map up, you can let us know what's going on there.
Yeah, so they're just proposing a 5-acre subdivision for where an existing mobile home is. So they're following the existing lot that they already had subdivided out in 2020, I believe. And so it's 5 acres, and then the remaining 63 acres, I'm having them rezone that from ag to rural small holdings because it's under the 70-acre threshold. So our farm agriculture lots are supposed to be 70 acres. And so since this is between the 40 and 70, it would fall into that rural small holdings size of zoning. And so the 5 acres go into single lot country residential, and the 63 acres go into rural small holdings.
My only question on the bigger piece being rezoned for small holdings, would that, not necessarily freebie, but I guess a freebie that they could split it in two then? Have two.
No, because they would have to have 40 acres each.
That's 40-acre minimum.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Their access is off the.
Yeah, part of the subdivision is they're gonna have to get that illegal access because it goes into that other parcel. And so they're gonna need to get an easement, and they're working on that. And then it'll follow that road out to where their mobile home is.
Thank you. Those in favor? Carried.
Where exactly is that property located?
Big sign, where they got the big house, too, probably. It's not on the draft, about halfway through the draft, particularly,
Okay.
right there.
Yeah.
Down on the left there.
So that's,
On these documents, his address is Lethbridge. Is he living in Lethbridge?
I think.
Yeah, he doesn't live here.
This is the draft.
Built a house, did he build a house or buy a house?
Huh?
Did he build a house in Graff?
Mhm.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's quite.
Yeah.
That's where they moved.
Yeah.
It could have been enough internet service. There.
Oh, from where he was previously? Oh, yeah.
okay, well, I guess we can break for lunch. they can bring it in. We don't have a tremendous amount after lunch. We have a couple delegations.
To vote on it.
Yeah, I was wondering when public hearing is a month from, did we schedule that day in there?
Meeting, man.
My birthday. Those in favor? Those in favor with the first reading? Carried. And welcome back to Carleton County. We love our proximity to Waterton Park and everything that it offers our area residents. You guys are the managers of the park, right? That's what you do every day, every day. But it's a big draw in our area for a lot of people from, they come a long distance. Enjoy the wonders of the park. Last year, I had was probably the best huckleberry season I've ever seen. I might pick the odd one.
Mics are on.
But we love water. Okay?
Yeah, that's great. You and the Bears.
You the Bears. Well, that's a rare day. That is a rare day. Yeah.
A calm.
Once or twice a year.
Yeah. I have Natalie's name on my paper, but not the rest of you are on my paper trail. Well, we just want to add it to our minutes.
Sure.
Everyone that was here today, and we'll get your full names and we can record it with Taylor.
Introductions.
Yeah.
So I think I've met Jeffrey at some point. Currently, I'm field unit superintendent. I would have been here last year. When I came last year, I was here for 6 months, trying to get my bearings. But you can expect us every year. This is a great way for us to update you on what's happening, to give you some opportunity to ask us questions, and for us to connect. So glad to be here.
Christy Gustavison, visitor experience, and it's a pleasure to be here again. I believe I've been here a couple of years in a row, so nice to see some familiar faces, and welcome to the new faces around the table.
Rob Sissons, I'm the veg ecologist for Waterton. So thanks for inviting me today. Looking forward to it.
And then I'm Natalie Hodge. I was on the minutes for the agenda, but I'm acting as the external relations manager. And I have not gotten a chance to meet with a lot of you folks, but I may have interacted with you over the years within Waterton. So be in the room today to chat with you folks.
So some of you might have known Dallas. Dallas was with us for 7 years. Well, he's moved on to the gallery now. So Natalie's replacing him as well.
I think he's surprised.
He was.
All of you stay on the compound or the helicopter landing with the words on it, where you reside?
No,
No?
Just our offices. Yeah.
I live in the park. I'm in a park house.
Okay.
Yeah. I think all three of you live in Pincher, right?
Pincher Creek, yeah.
Pincher Creek.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I'll kick us off. The group here are going to do the bulk of the talking today, and we don't want to take up too much of your time, but this is essentially what we're going to talk about. Christy will run through some of our visitation and what we're doing around managing busier visitation. Natalie will walk us through water recreation and restrictions and access for this year, and how that sits within the newly announced Smith Parks Regional Zoning Framework. And we invited Rob to join us. So we have a lovely letter from you guys asking about Natalie. And so Rob is our specialist who runs that program. So I wanted to make sure we have the right person in the room to talk about that today.
That dreaded Natalie's always, we've always talked about that. It's a continual concern. It's kind of rampant, but
We're glad you're here to talk about.
So we'll get into that as well, and then I'll just update you on some general priorities. We often hear from interested people who are constituents in your area. There's some, often themes that we hear about, which makes us think that people are interested in those things. So I'll touch on some of that and those things working. So I'll turn it over to Christine to talk about visitation.
Sure. If you came to Waterton at any point last year, you may have thought to yourself, boy, it feels busy. And it certainly would have been. We set a new attendance record last year, so 585,000 visitors in the of the year. Of course, most of them come in the summer, so almost half of our visitors come in the summer. And the other interesting observation is as the weather in September is very nice, people were finding that almost as many people visit in September as June. And our challenge is to maintain our facilities through that September period and maintain our labor force in the month of September, as we rely on students to staff during the peak season. And of course, they have other commitments come late August. So it's becoming a challenge, and we're trying to address it as best we can. It's probably going to need some creative solutions to keeping facilities running when there's risk of snow and frost in September, and our labor force. And then again, just a reminder, most of our visitation is local, and in fact, amongst our campers, we have a very high rate of local camping, local demand for camping, which is a bit unusual. It was noted in our social science report on from the information that we can get through our campground reservation system. 80% of our camping reservations are made by Canadians, and of those, 76% are Albertans. So again, very strong visitation, and that includes Calgary, primarily Calgary, Edmonton, and Lethbridge, plus our local visitors who know and love the Townside Campground and want to come for a couple of weeks. Again, we welcomed 585,000 visitors, and we're anticipating to continue to experience high demand. Again, most come in July and August.
Quick question.
Yep.
584,000, how do you generate those funds? When I go, I've got a car of 5.
Yeah, we have a counter at the park gate for vehicles, and then we calibrate it based on social science for the number of, average out the number of people.
Yeah.
So is the free pass pretty early this year?
The free pass is June 19 to September 7. It's very similar. Yeah.
For this year again?
Yeah. Yeah. My observation looking at the data is we had increases in May, June, and September, and we didn't see a huge spike in July and August. So I'm not a social scientist, but I'm not willing to say for sure that the free pass contributed dramatically to our higher visitation. It seemed to be across the board throughout the year. Yeah.
Last 2 years.
Yeah, September's been very nice. Yeah.
So it's really big. Who's our visitor?
Yeah.
So our primary visitor, our day visits from like places like Calgary, a lot of rain in July.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if I'm planning to throw my family aboard the van to come down from Calgary, and it's going to be raining for the next 3 days, I'm probably, it could change plans. Yeah.
That is a huge year-to-year difference, 37 and some odd thousand people.
8%.
That is.
So if you get to a point where you stop, the gate went on a given day.
Yes, I did. On the Sunday long weekend, we did have to divert traffic away from the park for a few hours. If you were trying to come to the park that day, it may not have been the most positive expected experience you had, and we're still in the process of trying to make plans for this year to manage that and communicate better with potential visitors about what to expect. And we've earmarked kind of a handful of very busy days where it's possible we may need to turn people away. But as we know, our visitation is very weather and weather dependent, and also, you know, other factors as well. So, and my question is, depending what happens with the price of gas, or does that mean more people are going to stay local, or does it mean that people are just going to do things closer to the city? The other impact that we've observed is that Red Rock Day Use Area in particular is seeing very high levels of use, and the parking area is near or at capacity by 11 o'clock in the morning and stays full until about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. So on the diversion day, we started turning people away just after 1 o'clock. And people were staying late, so we actually didn't open until close to 4, just after 4. And then we saw an increase, a temporary lift for the next 2 hours, a little bit higher than we would normally expect for evening visitation. So how we address these peaks of visitation right now, we do a lot of plan ahead messaging, and we certainly handling people like yourselves to help us out with that type of messaging. We use legacy media, so print media, radio, that kind of thing, as well as social media, newsletters, and signage. And we actually reallocate staff to help support at those busy areas at the peak periods, and contracted traffic parking personnel in place on those long weekends. We have contractors at Red Rock Parkway, and last year we also had contractors on Highway 56 to help us manage. And then we also have learned that it's also important to adjust our garbage and cleaning schedules so that our heavy truck operators are not trying to navigate Red Rock Parkway in the midst of all the chaos. They can do it in the morning or evening when it's a little bit easier for them to go up the road in their big truck, larger than normal passenger vehicle. And we also adapt the traffic flow through the park gate. Free entry has actually helped us with that. It's reduced the length of interaction needed at the park gate. So that was actually one of the benefits of having free entry, and planning for that again this year. It will streamline our entry into the park and help manage the overall traffic flow through.
That's another year. Yeah.
For the summer, from June 19th to Labor Day. I'm sure he had me personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Is there, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry.
So longer term, we're adopting a business management framework to look at strategies longer term. So there's some things that we can do right now to optimize traffic circulation, parking, and things like that. So we're certainly exploring those. We hired a traffic consultant, and we're expecting they'll report any day now to see if there's any to look for efficiencies, improve communications, use digital technologies, optimize the use of things like Alberta 511, Google Alerts, Waze, and all the other traffic planning apps that people use these days. So we're doing that in the short term, and then longer term, we're looking at some additional tactics, things that you see happening in other jurisdictions, things like paid parking at popular areas of peak periods, timed entry, managed access. So timed entry might mean booking a reservation for a parking spot at Red Rock Parkway, It could also mean, booking an entry into the park. So we're exploring all of these options. We recognize that there's lots of implications and lots of planning that's needed for those. And we're going to be looking for some feedback through this framework in the near future. We're planning some engagement and consultations, both in person and online. So there will be an opportunity for people to give some feedback, give some input into what our next tactics might be beyond advanced planning, personnel on the ground, plan ahead things. Oh, that's a nice segue for.
Yeah, I was gonna say, perfect for me to chat about traffic. So as Christy mentioned before, we kind of have 3 key weekends where we see a lot of increased congestion with vehicle traffic. So it's like July long weekend being one of them, August long weekend the other, and then finally September long weekend. For this year, we're really planning that August and September will be our peak weekends because Canada Day falls midweek again this year. So it's kind of a funny way to make a long weekend, and maybe some people will optimize it, but for us, we're really going to focus on August and September long weekends. As Christy mentioned earlier, we did engage a traffic consultant, so an engineering firm that worked on our traffic diversion planning. And through there, we're looking for some more optimized ways to get the message out to people earlier before they start arriving to the park, to find out that they may be temporarily diverted for a few hours. So Christy brought up like push notifications, like if you use Google Maps, Waze, Apple Maps, things like that, getting that message out to people as they're starting to travel. You saw that Lethbridge, Calgary, Edmonton are kind of our main draws. It's not unusual that we would get a family that comes even from Edmonton for a day trip. So finding some way to signal to them that the park is starting to get full or nearing capacity as they're en route to Waterton is what we're trying to achieve. And then also optimizing those push notifications that you can get if you sign up for Alberta 511 alerts. So that would be similar, like if you're using Alberta 511, you're en route somewhere, there's construction or delays, you would get a notification to your cell phone or device signaling that there's an alternative route or there's a delay ahead, etc. So finding ways to communicate that to people before they start visiting our park this year is what we're hoping to achieve. And then continuing to work with local businesses as well to ensure that they're sharing that message with guests that are arriving on those peak weekends. So hotels, etc., letting people know, if your check-in is at 3 p.m. today, that's an extremely busy time for the park. Maybe considering coming earlier that day, maybe considering coming later that day.
Just, Anyway, I'm wondering if with what you're doing, one of the complaints I get from a lot of my ratepayers, obviously we're agriculture county, especially September long weekend, sometime of August, things on summer. Is there any way to, with what you guys are trying to do, is maybe put out there that there's going to be farm machinery on the roads? Because that's what I get a lot of complaints from my ratepayers. It can be not making farm equipment any smaller these days. People are always rushed to get to Waterton. There's some way to kind of incorporate that, or maybe registration. It's not going to help. It's not going to prevent all, but people can be aware as they're traveling down, because living Calgary your whole life, you're not used to economizing up the whole road, and so like it's. These guys, they're time sensitive. They got to get their harvest done. So some way to maybe we can prevent some of the conflicts from happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think like good key point for us to hear that too, and maybe there is a way for us to incorporate some of that into our messaging. Just
education. So I guess it's not going to eliminate it.
No. Yeah.
If some of these people are going on, if they get in the habit of like, hey, I'll visit Waterton. Oh, yeah, I need to remember this. Combine.
It's like jobs. I think
yeah,
it's easy to look at the list.
Yeah, a bunch of some of that stuff everywhere.
We can probably send a message out to our push saying,
Remember, it's a busy weekend, maybe.
We can share that.
Mhm.
Like, that's what we can do. So if we wanted to do something, we can share that on our social media. But we also, what we learned through this consultant report is, there's the managing in the day, signs on the road, that kind of stuff, and optimizing some of the diversion. But the biggest and most important piece is getting big fun, right? So you're gonna see a lot from us just generally attached to everything.
That's what I said, we need
And there's no
people-
reason we can't list, and by the way, you're in ranching or farming country, speeds are different, right? And the other thing that we're looking at, in addition to diversion to ethics, the online presence, and the push notifications, is actually having those digital signs in different places. So potentially having one, when you go from Calgary to Banff, there's the big one that's kind of permanent. We're looking at bigger mobile sign, get on the tube before you turn, or come straight. And then Cardston and Pitcher also. So I don't know exactly what the message will be, it's almost full. I don't know. I don't know what it'll be, but so multiple layers of trying to get to people before they come. So, and the other big message, I think, from Natalie is, this could mean more people in your coffee shops, right?
In the corner, right in front, have a little flashing speed.
Maybe that's not-
Speed limit.
if it's a problem like the municipality too, right?
We've got signs that we put out in different places.
That'd be like meeting, see it faster.
Speed up for the fun.
So then water recreation updates for the 2026 season. So some of you may have seen it recently in the media. We aligned with the other mountain parks. So there's been some watercraft changes to Banff, Lake Louise, Jasper, Kootenay, Yoho, as well. So for us in Waterton, there's no big changes for the 2026 season. We have already essentially been doing what the other mountain parks are now going to start doing since 2024. So for us, not a lot of big changes. The only other thing to kind of signal before I go a little bit more into kind of the regional framework and what to expect for us for 2026 is we have been approached by Canada Border Service Agency to put an inspection station at the Chief Mountain Highway. So that would be very similar to like what you would see right here at Carway, right? They have an inspection station there. There's other provincially ones located throughout the province as well. So that would just be, for us, no changes to watercraft regulations, like folks cannot go to that inspection station and then bring their watercraft into Waterton. Our goal is to really prevent any mussel introduction. So that inspection station is just to help regionally with that entire approach. So it's for the province as well, making sure that we keep Alberta a mussel-free province. So they're looking at watercraft that's primarily entering Canada from the US. They're not looking at watercraft that's within Canada already. So they're primarily getting folks that are traveling through that international border, and they're informing of regulations as the boaters proceed to other areas throughout Alberta.
Just to be clear, we're not putting an inspection station. Government of Alberta is putting an inspection station at the border, the same as all the other. Then. Yeah.
You still need a park inspection. Or they coming in and putting your watercraft into the water feed.
Yeah, our regulations, so we have no outside watercraft that are permitted. You can have watercraft if you are within the community of Waterton Lakes, and or if you have someone that can sign an attestation form for you to store your watercraft within the park. So watercraft that leaves the park cannot be used for recreation within the park.
Did you not have a program where they got them inspected and sealed?
That's the clean.
That's for
the change.
motorized. Yeah,
That's what he's
yeah.
referring to.
You're talking kayaks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So nothing has changed for the park since last year, except one small change, which is we've added, I'm getting ahead of now in here. But since we're on it, we've added floaties like unicorns, will make those.
Can't use those or can?
Can't use those. So they're no different really than stand-up paddleboard. Right, so, yeah. Sorry, now.
That's okay. So just in terms of the regional zoning framework, so as I mentioned before, we're in collaboration with the other. We have kind of 2 zones that are outlined within that. So essentially, that's what we've already been doing since 2024. It's just that within this regional alignment, we've now followed kind of suit to zone our water body. So our special tactics zone is essentially the whole Main Lakes chain into that Waterton River and the Cameron Lake chain. And then the preservation zone is Belly River or any of its tributaries. So we closed fishing in Belly River in 2024, and that's in alignment with the preservation zone. So if you're seeing the other zones, other mountain parks, you'll see like very similar restrictions based on the zones that they've established.
So we found.
So far, only in Belly. We have no new detections of whirling disease from our 2025 sampling. So still localized to the Belly River area. So nothing new in that Waterton Rivershed.
Yay, no new detections of anything this year.
No question. So, I was gonna ask about fishing. At one time, flowing water closed, that was 24. 25 it was reopened. What about 26?
26 reopened. So 2026 fishing regulations stay the same as 2025. So the only closure is Belly River and its tributaries. If we got to a point where we needed to enact like a temporary or short-term closure due to like flow volumes or temperature, exactly, then we may put those in place if we encounter those. But for just the general 2026 season, the fishing regulations stay the same as last year. So still Belly River as closure.
I remember this. Less water, higher temperatures. What's the runoff look like this year? Like, what's the mountains full? Rivers are gonna be crazy.
Good question.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think so. I think,
There's been some years where there's been so much water.
Yeah.
The riverbed couldn't contain it. It just floods. But that wasn't the case last year. Sometimes.
There's no snowpack.
there's a good snowpack, but I don't think it's up to normal level, but and I don't know the numbers, but
Maybe compare with last year.
yeah.
So when
Whether
you
we-
talk the Belly River, is that just the Belly River inside the park boundaries?
Inside the park boundaries. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, the Belly River flows right through our ranch.
Right. I'm just saying. Thanks.
So 2026 regulations, as Carmen mentioned earlier, the only big change for us will be the inclusion of like larger floaties. So bigger like inner tubes, etc. They'll all go under that non-motorized permit. So folks that are just there for the day will not be able to use that type of equipment, but that does exclude things like personal safety devices. So like a PFD, like very small kind of like floaty devices for like very young children, babies, water wings, etc. Those all will still fall under the self-certification permit.
So if someone's breaking the rules, is it an automatic ticket or is it an education thing as well? How does that work with the wardens?
Yeah, for us, we try like a prevention and like compliance method first. So we have folks that specifically go out, especially on busy weekends, to talk to folks about the regulations. So informing of the regulations first, and then if needed, like we can engage with law enforcement. It's a little bit different than in terms of like a provincial regulation and ticket. I was like, ours would be an automatic court appearance and then a fine that's determined by the Crown prosecutor.
See a lot of newcomers not doing this. They don't know. This is something that they should be doing.
We have prevention and compliance people working.
Right.
Yeah, so like that's part of the like kind of educational component, right? And then same thing, like that'll become part of our communications as we lead up to the busy season as well. So we'll work with, yeah, local stakeholders, the e-boards that we have out will display like a non-motorized watercraft message. So yeah, so trying to get that message out to people prior to coming, right? And I think that's the big thing. It's no different than a lot of folks coming and leaving like food, et cetera, out that maybe don't always know the park regulations. So it's helping to educate those individuals about what the expectations are when they visit our places.
But a life check, if someone wants to go from the
That's just permitted. Yeah, it's under the self-certification. So similar to like what you'd have to fill out for any fishing gear. Yep. So it'll be specifically listed on there, the types of equipment, and then check off what you have on those. And then power boating, no changes. I was like, it's still a 90-day quarantine. We work with the improvement district through the Clean Lake Initiative to help support that program. So that will continue its operation. And then we also have the AIS Ambassador Volunteer Program that's run for the last 2 years, and that will continue to run. There's more information on that on our website, but essentially those folks help out with our compliance and education messaging. And many of them are very interested, non-motorized watercraft users themselves. So in conjunction with being able to do some volunteer hours, they can receive a permit to use their watercraft within Waterton under the same guidelines and regulations that those that live within the community have to abide by. So essentially their watercraft can only be used within Waterton.
Is there a big buy-in from locals to want to participate? Like, how many people would you be working with? Is there dozens or?
We had 31 volunteers last year, which was an increase from, I believe, 14 the year before. And the volunteers did, I think, about over 600 volunteer hours from the May long weekend to the September long weekend. So there's definitely some folks from within the like local communities here who are quite passionate about maintaining and preserving waterways and sharing that message with folks so that it spreads wider, especially from folks within like your community here, right? The big irrigation district that's nearby, and that's vital to this community. So a lot of those folks want to share that type of messaging with visitors. So like, what is the importance of this program and what is the importance of Waterton where it's situated and being the head of the watershed within this community. So what that means for downstream impacts. So yes, there's quite a big buy-in from those in the local area.
So your 90-day 14-hour power boat, does that mean it has to be in the park for 90 days, not being used, or can I, if I'm out when at home, can I bring it up?
Just so you work with the improvement district, so Waterton Shoreline Cruise Company is the one that administers essentially a seal to your motorboat. So it seals the motor to the trailer of your boat. So it doesn't have to stay within Waterton for those 90 days. That seal just has to stay on for that 90-day period. At the end of that 90-day period, you'd go back to Shoreline Cruises, they'd cut that seal off, and they would unlock the boat ramp and launch for you to be able to access.
Then you get back out of the water, you put that on.
I should put on less ball.
Oh, right. That's,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so when do they use that work with them?
Mhm. Yeah.
They run the program, they're a partner.
So I could take mine up, get a seal, and take it home 90 days later, it's back, and they cut it off, and I can go.
And you can go, and then when you get out, they seal it
Seal
again.
it.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that.
Yes.
That's past Creek right?
Yep.
That's close fishing water.
Mhm.
Permanent lakes never really.
No, it's critical habitat for bull trout.
Oh, is Rob going? Sure.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna clue up with Rob because he's probably. Okay, this is my slide. So when we were thinking this through, this is where I kind of sat back and said, okay, what do the people of Cardston and what do we hear from? Well, we have a lot of priorities and a lot of things that we're working on, but I've grouped them under these 4 themes. So Indigenous stewardship is one of our top priorities in the agency, and as our field unit and in Waterton Lakes National Park, we do a lot of work together with the Blackfeet, Montana, and other nations of Treaty 7. We do things like cultural learning, we do skills development with community, and our fire program. Too many things to list, so I won't get into it. But one of the things that we've heard recently in particular is around what are we doing around bison? And so you may remember in 2023, the Blackfeet Montana police bison and a couple came up into the park. Well, Parks Canada supports, the Buffalo Treaty and the initiative led by which is led by the Blackfoot to release bison. And so since then, we've continued to do work on our land. So while the bison were brought back in 2023, we expect that they could get released again, but that all of that is being led by the Blackfoot. Since then, though, we've continued to work on things like what do we do if bison are released? And so in the background, we're working on a bison management plan. We're thinking about multi-jurisdictional working groups and how some of that conversation needs to happen. We're very mindful of our neighbors. That we don't exist alone on the landscape. And so as part of the work we've been doing the last couple of years is work on the boundary. So changing out fencing, doing some overwater work, etc. That responds to bison on the landscape and not just elk or cattle coming in. So wanted to make you aware that that is happening. You will see that work continue. You may hear about us. We've already been talking to some neighbors where we've been working on some of the overwater work. We will communicate. We're very considerate of ranchers who have lands, and I've been recently getting up to speed on what happened in 2023 and the multi-jurisdictional approach that we took, and you'll see us kind of starting to ramp up some of those communications. But most importantly, it's not led by us. We're responding to it similarly to neighbors, government, etc. Right. So first step from my perspective is to really get an understanding of where things are at and when and if that might happen.
So I had a meeting 20 in Waterton.
And you remember it?
Oh, yeah, I do. Because it was on bison, right? And they'd done a study, and I'm sure you guys it showed bison.
Right.
Free range bison.
Yeah.
Size.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Just hopefully continue to
I
that.
am aware of that. Barbara, right?
Barb's, yeah.
Is that timeline kind of ish?
Yeah.
That's
I think you are right.
20 years, yeah, roughly 20 years ago, yeah.
So,
It's not stable, right?
yeah. No, that's great, and thanks for bringing that forward. And
I mean,
I just read that stuff.
Anyway, I guess this is
Yeah.
the black.
Yeah.
Just like-
Yeah. Yeah. So the big message for me here is we are doing infrastructure work. So you may hear about it, we also are very open to talking to are interested more fully about what we're doing and what it means and some of those things. And as we progress with anything we're doing in the park, we will be very careful to communicate appropriately. So if there's any message you take away is that I understand and we'll be very keen to communicate with us.
I think we remember good fences make good neighbors. We border on the Indian timberland. We noticed some individuals come in last fall looking how they're going to restrain those animals. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Yeah, and like Glacier is working on fencing, the Blackfeet are working on fencing.
Okay.
So I think there was a lot of lessons learned in 2023. But the most important thing, and we're doing these meetings annually, the most important thing for me is that there's no surprises. And if there are surprises, please pick up the phone. Okay, if you want to talk about things like these,
I remember the bison paddock, just in northeast Denver. Are you saying that when the bison are right now?
They're a display bird inside fencing.
So
Inside.
these bison that, do they migrate to the timber? And that's where it becomes, whether it's fenced and where they're getting out. I didn't realize that was a potential issue. I thought they would just remain up in a certain area.
So those bison that you're referring to are within a fenced area. They're
That's a-
currently displayed.
That's a really good
That's-
fence.
That's
Yeah.
our display bird.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not the herd we're referring to. Okay, so what we're referring to is the Blackfeet-led potential release in Montana, where different bison could come up into the park, and how we respond to that.
So they released them 2023 up by Chief.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your frankness because at the time, Locke at the time called me and said, "Oh, we released bison." Well, they released bison. Nice to know before, right? Because we have ranch up there. And so I appreciate you saying you'll definitely keep us informed on what's happening because I didn't at the time didn't think that was happening. It's
Yeah.
both happening. And there again, it wasn't you guys.
Right.
So how far do those bison migrate that they've released? Did they actually come up like the Chief Mountain or?
It's only two.
There's only two that crossed the border into Alberta side, and they actually didn't come into the park. They went in through that place down there. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, just the two, but they stuck around within like 10 or 20 miles of the release site, I think. And in the end, by the fall, they had rounded them all up and decided to start again. So the next release will be a soft release, which means they'll be in a cage. They won't be just released. They'll be in a contained area, so they get used to where they are. That's a much better way of doing it.
So you'll let the landowners know when that happens and what to expect.
So what I'm focused on first is getting back in the room with all of the folks that were in the room back then managing the issue. Okay, because what happened then was it it's a Blackfeet-led act of sovereignty at a particular moment in time, the 150th year anniversary. You know, it was very, and the bison were brought back in because there were a lot of lessons learned, and now there's a very keen understanding that if it happens again, we need to come in a different way. And so, from my perspective, I need to understand what we're planning to do if and when it happens, from the park's perspective, and always know that the park's perspective means we don't exist in a silo on the landscape. So that means government of Alberta, that means ranchers, that means neighbors, communities, et cetera. And so as we develop a management plan, we need to consider those things and build a dam. So that could mean a whole bunch of things. But right now we have capital infrastructure dollars to start doing some of the work, right, regardless. Okay. So I don't want there to be surprises on that. We see fencing changes.
Are these bison traceable through GPS?
Tolerating and some of those things.
Are they all marked?
Not all. They marked maybe 5 or 10 in the first release, and that's how they're able to track their movements. They tend to stick together as a cow-calf pair, right? And
All in them and all of their out, but only certain fewer egg or mark the satellite.
Also, if you consider that if you did Dennis Fowler, one of those bison considered like, what can you do to get them all?
So these conversations will need to happen over time. Okay? Right now, you made some work, and we're picking up the thread on, okay, we contained an issue in 23. We've been doing some work, the great team that we have in Waterston has been doing some work in the background to say, okay, how are we gonna manage this if it comes into the park? And we recognize we need to start picking up the conversation again, but first to understand how imminent this is. And to be clear, to respect this is not led by us. we want to respect the Blackfeet and the Blackfoot and their interests for remediation and how important that is for them. So those conversations should happen in the future if we're doing it right. And we have lots to talk about with government development. So I don't want to take any more time on this.
One question.
Yes.
So does that include the Alberta Blackfeet on their timber reserve land? They're gonna bring them into that area?
He's bringing them in.
I mean,
If they get released, they'll be released by.
I mean, you'll have an area.
Black.
This is a designated fence, they can't go any further than this. But is that happening or
By the Blackfeet or the Blackfoot?
before they release the buffer?
Yeah.
Like when we turn our cattle into a field, we go fix all the fences.
Right.
And so that's gonna happen. There'll be some area where they're gonna have to stop. Yeah, and hopefully that'll be in the park or in the timberland and.
Well, so we need to figure out, right now, we're focused on our infrastructure and our fencing.
Yeah.
And I know there's fencing happening by the Blackfeet, and I know there's fencing happening by Glacier, and we need to pick up the thread of the conversation to understand what we're doing. There's ideas around things like, guardian-led hazing programs, some of these things. So without precluding someone else's work and also getting ahead of myself because I haven't had the appropriate conversation.
Right.
We'll leave it. And I promise to continue to.
So is your fencing to?
Container.
Yeah, what's the threat of, is that real for bison and cattle mix?
For sure.
Yes. Crucible.
Yes.
Yes, very, very. I don't know if he's tested.
I'm just curious because there's.
Yeah, I don't think transmission. So there is.
So everyone's going to walk away with the important messages that Parks Canada knows how important this is to our neighbors, and that we're going to talk to you
Keep us in the.
as we keep going. Okay. The other, a couple of other things. Rob's going to talk about invasive species, terrestrial invasive species. On visitor experience, some people have an interest in Crown and Mountain Campground and what we're doing there. So there's currently an analysis happening.
You read on.
Okay, okay. Then we got it right again. So I currently have an analysis happening around what we're going to do. So when I came in last year, it's been sitting for a long time, no real conclusion. I want to bring it to conclusion, which leads me to where we are as an agency. Okay, we're a part of government. Government is going through major changes in operations, including reductions to operating budgets with very clear targets. At the same time, Parks Canada has, over the last number of years, been moving towards transformation, meaning taking a look at the way we operate and where we need to change. We're in a different time, a different place. We have very different priorities than we did 30 years ago. And those two things combined are going to be happening over the next year. So internally, we'll be changing how we look and operate with a focus on us not having to do everything. Okay, so that's how we're going to be addressing our budget reductions. So finding ways to partner, finding ways to work with communities, and all of that will play into things into all of our decisions, essentially. So I won't get any more into that, but internally we'll be making some changes. Externally, we continue to have our stake in. We still continue to project and present our places. How we do it into the future is going to be based in Indigenous stewardship, partnerships, and collaboration. So, so now let's talk about what you really want to know. Besides spice and things. Let's talk about knapweed.
Well, this is kind of an introduction to the whole invasive plant program in Waterton. So we have a knapweed problem, but we'll get there. We have 133 known introduced plants in the park, roughly. That's about 8% of our total plant species in the park are introduced. So that ranges from agronomics like smooth brome and timothy all the way up to knapweed and dandelions and stuff in between. So we focus on 41 approximately in any given year of our high priority ones, and we determine those from how ecological impacts those species may have and their legal requirements to control them, primarily. And to some degree, new small occurrences, even though it may be a low priority species, if it's the first occurrence of a new species, then we'll tackle that to get rid of it. But our overall objectives are to prevent new invasions. Prevention is the cheapest option for anything, right? Detect new invasions and then initiate that rapid response. One example is black henbane we found a couple of years ago, found it on a POW and attacked it, and now it's gone from that site. So it took 2 or 3 years. So that's a benefit to having that ability to survey. Eradicate, contain, and suppress priority. So existing infestations, to keep it to where it is and not let it spread. That's another priority. That's primarily our knapweed program. And monitor, we need to understand how we're doing over time. Are we being effective or not? And then collaboration with our stakeholders, our neighbors is key. And I mentioned SWIM here, which is the Southwest Invasive Managers, which your Ag Fieldman's a member of. So that's an amazing group and it's really valuable. So just somehow we implement some of this stuff, just some examples. Prevention, we have our boot cleaning stations at trailheads that just stops the spread into our trails from people after they may have walked through a knapweed site. They're not then spreading it elsewhere. We also encourage them to clean their boots after being on a trail, because Waterton may be a recipient as well as a source of weeds, right? So you want them to understand that they can spread it coming into the park as well as leaving the park. This is primarily a visitor in education type system, this boot station. And it does actually clean your boots too. And then clean construction equipment. We're really trying to get that weed-free forage, but it's really tough because supply is not always there. And clean gravel, clean soil, that type of thing is another huge issue that's tough. Early detection, so we spend a lot of time walking the roadways, controlling certain species, but we have a watch list, so the crew are always aware of what to keep an eye out for. So all the roads from the Pincher entrance to Carson entrance, Chief Highway, and the main entrance road, those are controlled every year, and we're always keeping an eye out on those roads. And as well as we do some searches along trails as well, just to make sure we're not missing an infestation that's moved on. So control, we do a lot of different types of control methods. Primarily, it's using herbicides, spot spraying with herbicides. We don't do broadcasting at any scale. We don't have the right license for broadcasting, and broadcasting requires bigger, better equipment, really. Mechanical control, like let's take knapweed as an example. It's spring, like we could start spraying knapweed right now. It's in rosette form. That's the best time to spray it. Once it bolts, you're wasting your herbicide, so then you got to start pulling it. And both those are proving quite effective, at least at containing, not necessarily removing, which is a whole different challenge. We do use biocontrols. We have both the seed head and root weevil for spotted knapweed out on the landscape. We have seen this seed head weevil now has kind of spread everywhere. So any patch of knapweed we could go to visit, the seed head weevil is there. So that is a long-term suppression type thing. So it's knapweeds can produce thousands of seeds in a year, and they might be reducing it in that 40 or 50% over time, right? So again, it's not going to eliminate, it's just going to suppress. And that's about all we can do in certain areas where we can't spray near rivers, near water bodies, that type of thing. And then we do, in any area where we do intensive control, the best thing to do then is to try and re-veg with native species of plants. If you just leave a bare spread, then something else will come and invade. So you need that cycle of restoration, revegetation, along with control work. And then our monitoring program, we have condition monitoring, which looks at our long-term changes in our pristine grasslands, look how if new things are invading over time. And then management effectiveness, which is really just focused on our control efforts and how that's doing. And finally, to wrap up of the park, it's a little hard to see, but the red blobs are nuclear fallout zones of invasive plants, unfortunately. But from this, and if we could zoom in, you'd see all the roads, the Chief Mountain Highway entrance road, up the Red Rock, and that main entrance road are where we spend the majority of our time. And then the big blobs in the middle are around the fan by the stables area. That's where our main infestation in knapweed is, and that's where we spend a lot of time, trying to contain it in there. And actually, this is representing where we control weeds, not necessarily a full distribution. And this is all 40 or plus species that we control, not just knapweed. But we're really trying to keep the knapweed in the park and stop it from spreading, and then stopping other things from coming into the park as best we can. So roughly we have about a crew of about 15-ish members of seasonal staff and summer students. That's been about consistent over the past 5+ years. And they spend about 3,000 to 3,500 hours actively controlling invasive plants in the park. And about 75% of that time is spent on knapweed. We spray on the fan. Well, the fan, it's a butterfly. Yeah. So we do spot spray. We do spot spray on the fan. We just don't broadcast on the fan. And that butterfly, which was, yeah. Well, I mean, the butterfly was considered at one species through some scientific studies and genetic analysis. It's now its own separate species. So we've been doing a lot of research in partner with the Calgary Zoo, and we've come to what we didn't know in the past was how our spraying may affect the butterfly. So we have a better understanding of their use of that habitat. We've mapped out areas now in that what's considered critical habitat that actually isn't habitat anymore. It does not eat it. No, unfortunately, nothing eats spotted knapweed. Not even the damn weevils fast enough. So we're going to focus on those areas over the next few years where then we can do more intensive control of knapweed in there. It's problematic because the soil or the seed viability soil is about 10 years, and the soil is so shallow there, and the seed bank is so prolific. If you scrape a path on there, then it'll just be knapweed coming back. So it's a challenge on figuring out how best to do. I can't go and till it and reseed it because it'd just be ruined. I'd just be releasing. So I want things contained in the soil never to be released because they, if they're buried, they won't grow. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Very quick question.
You bet.
You don't have to be long. Are brown trout considered invasive species?
Yes.
So does that mean or like, can you take them all out or?
There's a limit. It's two fish per day is like catch limit.
So if they're invasive, don't you want them all?
Potentially, eventually, but yeah, it's like.
Trout, they're enormous. They're preying on all the native fish.
Yeah.
Careful, because they're going to say the cutthroats at line.
Yeah, I know. Aren't the lake trout invasive too? Because they were introduced, were they not?
Lake trout.
Not lake
I don't
trout.
think so. No, they're native.
I thought lake
Yeah.
trout were introduced.
I'm sure they're stocked elsewhere, but they're native to Waterton Park. Yes.
Second question, what's the estimated elk population? Any idea?
900 to 1,100.
Always wondered because you see hundreds of them out there.
And that seems to be consistent. Like they're always in that 900 range over
My
time.
last question is regarding Yarrow Canyon up on the northeast border of the park.
Mm-hmm.
I like to hunt. I spent quite a bit of time in Yarrow. Last year I was in Yarrow. There's a stretch on the road where you are in the park.
Right.
And I carried a rifle when I was in the park.
Yeah.
And that's illegal. And I didn't know that.
Right.
I I imagine that could have been ticketed, but there should be some little better signage there. Bob.
Yeah, yeah. It's good.
Because it's very, it's near a Texas gate.
Yeah.
But it's a very brief distance. You're outside the park, in the park for just not too long at all, and then you're back outside of the park.
Yeah.
So people should be aware of that. I don't know, but the Sierra's probably the place to look at the game.
Mhm.
And the board's out there looking, but it's unclear on the road.
Good point.
It's those, yeah, those signs definitely need refreshing.
The sign that says, this is the park, you're leaving the park, you're not supposed to carry a
Yeah.
flagpole.
Sign with a gun and a circles with a line through it, I'm telling you.
So I make sure we're compliant. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
very good.
Okay, sort of taken up
Yeah.
much of your meeting. Let's
Yeah,
get
appreciate all the
Just, wanted to thank you for the signing agreement for the fire department.
Mhm.
We appreciate that. It helps our fire chief know what we're doing and what we're doing it. One question he had was, what's your guys' consideration of the AFRAX operating radio systems in the park? Would that be something, I don't know if that's a national thing that you guys have to look at, but that gives us better communication between all departments.
Right.
So,
I don't know the answer to that.
Danny,
Get back to you.
does that
Get back to you.
help better
Yeah.
communicate, or what's the real reason for it?
I just know, last year there was some conversation with some national folks, and I just don't know if it's been disseminated.
Yeah, let me find it.
Something we know, it's all around here, it's just nice that we're all communicating, especially with our ambulances and our fire department.
Right.
If we need things, quicker way to call in them, call in the police, call in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I noticed your, I noticed your drone workshop coming. Yeah, we're gonna try and attend that.
We have the trainings in a couple of months.
Okay.
Department's looking at wanting to buy it.
Oh.
Be a leak, because we get on the rivers and.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We're right on time for our next visitors to Carson County. Welcome.
Thank you.
Stacy Atwood and John Gibb. I've never met you before, and I'm Randy Bullock. Have you met the rest of us?
John's one of the great residents of Division 4.
Division 4. Okay. Gibb, I should have known that. That's a Hillspring name.
I worked at Stacy for 11 years and she.
I'm just your neighbor across the street at the tech building for Westmore.
Yeah.
We're here. You're here to discuss.
Go off again on there.
No, it's blank here.
We're okay.
We're good.
The Just Serve program. This is all new to me.
Okay.
Welcome, and we'll give you the floor.
All right. Well, thank you for allowing Stacy and I to come give a presentation on Just Serve and the Just Serve City program. First, I'll take just a few minutes to explain Just Serve. Just Serve is a website. It just crashed. It'll work, maybe it won't.
Stacy, just unplug that and plug it back in and see. That's what happened last time.
Just Serve is a website. It's a database. And it's pretty amazing. That looks better.
Okay. All right. Well, as Stacy said, it's a website, it's an app, it's a database that tries to connect people who are wanting to volunteer, connect them to agencies, nonprofit organizations, charitable organizations, civic and governmental organizations that are in need of volunteers. And it also allows these same type of organizations to post their volunteer needs. The Just Serve operates in 17 countries, including countries in North and South America, 9 countries in Europe, and in Australia and in New Zealand. Well, it should be a blank screen. So it is estimated that in 2023, there were 4.1 billion, you heard that right, that's with a B, 4.1 billion volunteer hours provided in Canada. As impressive as that may sound, that is actually a decline from 2018, when it was estimated there were 5 billion volunteer hours provided. That's almost a 20% decrease. I think we all agree that volunteering is important to charitable and non-profit organizations, as well as to civic, provincial, and federal government programs. Just Serve volunteers are not meant to replace paid positions, but to support programs that might not function efficiently, or perhaps not at all, if it wasn't for volunteers. So here's going to be a short video on Just Serve. So first, I do a Google search of Just Serve, and then Just Serve pops up. I enter the area that I want to volunteer in. I'll enter Cardston. There are usually about 6 to 8, maybe 10 volunteer opportunities posted in the Cardston area, and then many, many more if you expand the search to include Lethbridge or opportunities to volunteer from home. So the volunteer posts are displayed. I look them over and see if any of them interest me. In this case, I'll select one called Lend a Hand, Touch a Heart. That's sponsored by the Chinook Lodge. I can read a short description of what the job is, and it looks interesting to me. So I click on the volunteer button, and it allows me to enter how many's in my group that I want to volunteer. And then also I can enter into interests I have. I'm good at crafts or whatever, and I'm accepted. And then in a few days, I'll be contacted by somebody from the Chinook Lodge, and we'll discuss the specifics of time, responsibilities. If there's a change of plans and I have to unvolunteer, I just go back to the posting and click on unvolunteer, and then I'm relieved of my duties. So a person needs to register with a user ID and a password to actually volunteer through Just Serve, but not if they're just interested in searching out volunteer opportunities. Over the last several years, there have been several successful major service projects that were posted on Just Serve. In the spring of 2022, at the peak of the Ukrainian refugee crisis, volunteers in the Cardston area donated and collected home goods. There were pots and pans and dishes, toasters, towels, bedding, utensils, and so much more, including more than $3,000 in cash. There were 2 20-foot trailers full of home goods. These goods were taken to Calgary, to St. Vladimir's Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Once there, the trailers were unloaded by members of the congregation, most of whom were recent refugees themselves. Items were then distributed to help refugees get set up in a new home, in a new city, and in a new country. This football team has been involved with Just Serve. In the summer of 2022, a member of St. Teresa's Catholic Church approached Just Serve about volunteers to help remove dead, dying, and diseased trees around their church property. They were becoming a hazard. So a day was set up. During the day, adult members from a local church congregation cut the trees down. And then after school, the football players and coaches cut short their practice and went to the church and loaded up and hauled everything away. It was quite a workout for them. The players and coaches enjoyed their volunteer experience so much that they approached Just Serve the next fall, looking for another service project. Opportunity posted on Just Serve that required an army of football players So the town of Cardston was contacted and put in touch with Leor Stanley. He was asked if the banks of Lees Creek needed cleaning. They did. So on a Saturday morning, the day after a football game, most of the players and coaches and also a member from Rotary Club met and walked both sides of the creek, from the bridge just east of the No Frill store to the bridge just north of the golf course. Bags and bags of garbages were removed. The team finished off hot dogs donated by Extra Foods. We've also been involved in putting together hygiene kits that consisted of soap, shampoo, combs, hairbrushes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and hygiene products. These kits were distributed to women's shelters in the area. And also just recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, there was another hygiene kit project that was done where more than 400 kits were put together, and most of those have been delivered to women's shelters in the area. This project was done by women's organizations from St. Teresa's Catholic Church, St. Paul's Anglican Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They're also planning a project for next year. And then in the summer of 2024, St. Teresa's Catholic Church also approached Just Serve Again about volunteers to paint their church building. St. Teresa's is not a large congregation and doesn't have the budget to hire professional painters. And also many of the members are elderly, so climbing ladders and scaffolding is out of the question. So local youth groups took on the challenge and supported by adult leaders. Over a couple of weeks, the church building was power washed, scraped down, plaster and stucco repaired, and then painted. Members of the St. Teresa's did not expect so much work was needed. But as one of the volunteer leaders said, if we're going to do it right. Just Serve is also involved in the Day of Goodwill. And this is where gently used clothes are donated from members of the community. Then volunteers sort, fold, hang, display mountains of clothing that is collected. Then over 2 or 3 days, everyone is welcome from the community to come and take whatever they want, all at no charge. This has been a very successful event and will happen again in September. Last spring, a 4-H club volunteered to do the annual spring cleanup in the Hill Spring Cemetery. I've personally been involved in this annual project for more than 10 years, and last year was by far the most successful. I'm happy to report that this same 4-H club will be helping out the cemetery clean up again this spring. So these are some of the more major projects. There are many others where volunteers will visit at the hospital, serve a meal at Freddy's, play pool with a teenager at Epic, or do manicures at the Chinook Lodge. Volunteers in our area run clubs, coach teams, they referee, they umpire, they help with theatrical performances, and promote special events. Just about every good thing that happens in our area is made possible and made better through donations of time, talents, energy, and enthusiasm of many people. Our towns and communities and villages could not function the way they do without volunteers. So this brings us to the Just Serve City program. What is it and why do it? And probably your first question is, how much will it cost? The first question is, it's free. There's no charge for it at all. As the Just Serve website says, a Just Serve city or a Just Serve county is a municipality that has formally committed to promoting and supporting volunteerism. These cities or counties or towns have demonstrated exceptional dedication to promoting and supporting volunteerism, creating a culture of service that uplifts individuals, strengthens neighborhoods, and builds lasting connections. From my perspective, Cardston County is already doing all of these things and doing them very well. Becoming a Just Serve County simply formalizes this by following 3 simple steps. First, create a city volunteerism proclamation. Then email the signed proclamation to Just Serve, and then encourage meaningful volunteerism in our city or county. And one way to encourage that volunteerism is putting a Just Serve link on the county website, directing people where the volunteer opportunities are. I do have a template of a proclamation that can be used, and you can tweak it or edit it and use language that you're familiar with if you decide to pursue this Just Serve City or Just Serve County program. So why do this and why do it now? The best time to have done this was probably 5 years ago. The next best time is to do it now. But there are other reasons as well. The United Nations has designated 2026 as the International Year of Volunteering. Also, Volunteer Canada has designated 2026 as the International Year of Volunteers, with the theme of Ignite Volunteerism, a year-long nation-building celebration. Having the designation of a Just Serve County also confirms to the community and the residents of the county that the county takes volunteering seriously, that it recognizes the vital role volunteers place, that the vital role that volunteers provide, and their contributions to make Cardston County a great place to live and a great place to raise families. It is also a way to make connections with other municipalities in the province, across the country, and even around the world. Stacy and I thank you for your time, and we want to let you know that we are here to help you in any way we can to promote the spirit of volunteerism and supporting volunteers in our county. Thank you.
There's a group that needs volunteers. They can just go to the Just Serve site. How do they post it on there?
There's a couple of options. They can become an administrator for their organization, or they can contact Stacy or I, and we can create a post and put it up on Just Serve.
Anybody can get a post on there. And the way I like to think about Just Serve is that it helps manage people who have projects, whatever they are, with volunteers. So volunteers can find where to serve, and people who need help can find volunteers. It's a database to manage that.
Yeah, because I was at the Festival Lights annual general meeting. And they were saying that they're getting a little older and they're looking for more volunteers to help with their Festival of Lights campaign.
Absolutely. We posted.
So if they posted something on there, then that would attract some people.
It does. Having a post on Just Serve does not guarantee that you're going to be flooded with volunteers, but it's one more way to get the word out that, you know, this is the project, this is what we need, this is the time, and then people see it and say, oh, I can do that for 2 hours on a Saturday, or I can do an hour a week, whatever the case may be.
I had no idea that this community had such a program, and it looks like a lot of local buy-in, a lot of supporters, a lot of significant projects that happen as well. And this has been going for how long?
Just Serve has probably been up and running officially for 10 years, and in Cardston 5.
Yeah.
I would guess.
I got your, I wrote down basically, you know, what the ask is here at Cardston County. There's a 3-step process if we want to align ourselves with the program and be a supporter. Is that what you would call ourselves? If we were to support something like this, are we
You'd be a
participant or
a Just Serve County?
Yeah.
Say that again.
A Just Serve County.
Just Serve County.
So in Canada right now, there are Grand Prairie, Alberta is a Just Serve city. Ontario is a Just Serve city. Oshawa, Ontario, Spruce Grove, Alberta, and then Strathcona County are Just Serve cities or Just Serve counties. One other thing that Just Serve has and might be a benefit, there's a option to coordinate during the time of a disaster to coordinate volunteers. So if there was a wildfire, and as well as anybody, the county residents are more than willing to help and bring their water trucks and tractors and whatever. One of the problems is not a lack of response, but too much response. And where do they go and what do they do? So if with this Just Serve, there's a wildfire that's spreading, you can put a post. Volunteers are needed at Range Road 245 and Township Road 75. Meet there. And
You can get the message to one of us and we can manage that while you're handling everything else.
Yeah.
That's our role.
We need water trucks and chainsaws and tractors and discs to make a fire break or whatever. And so that people can go there and say, okay, they don't need my forklift, but that I can take my tractor, my disc, whatever. So that's another option that the Just Serve program does have.
Well, you've answered a lot of my questions. I don't know if there's any other questions around the table here, but we'll definitely give it some consideration, and we'll if we have any more questions, we'll reach out to you. We probably won't make a decision on it today, but when we do, if we do, we'll have Murray reach out to you and let you know.
Give template for the proclamation.
I was just gonna ask for that, yeah.
Yes, I do. And this one's uses pretty flowery language. It can be as simple as
It sounds like us, though, right?
It can be as simple as the County of Cardston appreciates their volunteers who support them. We encourage county members, and you can just take them and pass it on. Again, it was written by a lawyer.
The other thing is, if you have the opportunity to access humanitarian funds, say a neighbor of ours at a different church or a nonprofit needs something, a roof or something, we can apply for a grant to help our friends. We're trying to make good friends and good neighbors here, and that's what Just Serve does.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you for being here. I learned quite a bit. I had no idea. I've never seen them out. I don't live in the Cardston area. I live kind of in the east. Have you guys seen them
Did you say Cardston isn't a member?
Cardston has a Just Serve program, and we both represent it.
But
and
town hasn't recognized.
Not yet. We came to see you first.
No, that's good. I was reading the list and I didn't hear Cardston, so.
We came to see you first.
Yeah.
But that's our next move, is we're going to see the town.
Okay.
Excellent. We'll pay attention to the town and what they do too. We're all one big community here.
And it doesn't mean that the county becomes a Just Serve county. Well, Cardston town cannot. I mean, it's not like our words.
Yeah.
Both can be.
It's just getting the word out that we're out here and we're ready to help, and that we can offer a lot of people who need services what they need.
Well, this is an active campaign starting right now for 12 months, looks like, right? To try to get.
Yeah, that's our goal. But once you're a designate county of Cardston, Just Serve county, you've got it. It's your representation.
We don't have to.
No.
We just declare it once and then.
Yeah.
So do you guys monitor the applications or the,
Yep, we get an email saying.
so if you see Murray Millward backyard cleanup, you'd probably reject that one.
Let's be gentle with that. We have a few rules. One is we're not allowed to do any political door knocking, and we're not allowed to collect money. But other than that, things are negotiable.
Yeah, not that, like I said, it's not, you have a business that I could use a couple of volunteers to milk my cows morning and night. Well,
it's not exactly what we're here to do, but.
I'm swearing.
I think we understand the spirit of the program, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. And whether you decide to take it or not, that's entirely up to you. But regardless, Stacy and I are always here to help any way we can.
Excellent.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Want your dongle back?
Take this one.
I just just wrote down just, or maybe a little bit later, and under item 20, we will talk about briefly again.
It's in the draft. Yes, it does. It's a state code.
This is a church.
Well, that's, I had no idea. You know, if they were up here. So did they reach out to you and say, we want to come and show this, or
Yes.
do they reach out to a counselor? How did that?
I think we was one, took the call from. Well, I was just looking at a neutrality policy, making sure it didn't, I don't think it contraventions or anything there, so. Would be good.
Not yet. Want to have more discussion in camera. Just to share another perspective. No, but after that session, we can definitely entertain a motion. Murray, let's see where we're at. We're additional items here. Are you driving a bus today? What day is it today? Monday? Okay. I have, Murray has an item here under, I call it the Rocksmith Road. Is that where you're headed to right now? Did you get some? That's what I was wondering.
Probably could be, so we can.
I was wondering the
share
same
it,
thing.
tell me.
I'll move.
Can we just put that in camera and then just carry on with the rest of additional items? This put rock down here. Why don't you go on to the second item there, Maria, under Mike Burles subdivision?
Yeah, so you mentioned we were subdividing that line. I'm just gonna try to pull it up here. So this little piece is what we're buying. What I talked to the surveyors and what we plan on doing is making everything here into one parcel, one big parcel. Except back in, I don't know when that was, a long time ago, council made a decision changes to a 6R, which means reserve parcel, MR. So talking to Mike, we can still do that, but then we have to have a public hearing and everything. So basically what he asked council, if we just leave it with 3 parcels subdivided, doesn't tie it up like I was hoping, but then we don't have to do all the math of a public hearing and to change that MR status. I don't know why that would be a MR status, unless, I don't know. So that was just it. I can tell Mike and he won't proceed on that, so he'll just do the subdivision, not the combined, and I'll tell Brown, but if that's all right with council.
For the package, is that triangle where the bales are?
That's where we're.
That's that triangle in question? Yeah.
I think we got permission to do it as a descriptive plan, everything west. So we're looking at about $3,000 for the subdivision. Probably a little less now that we don't have to amalgamate all the parcels together. But that's what Mike's saying is we can do it, but it's easier if you just leave it as 3. I told him that's what probably we could do, but he wanted me to check with you guys.
Disadvantage of getting it all in one package?
Not much. We don't pay taxes on it. We don't.
For us, it's nothing.
It just doesn't look as nice.
So, the roadway that goes around there, that's being used by the neighbor?
It is somewhat. This neighbor right here.
Yeah.
He uses it, but at some point we had a deal to purchase this a little bit, but over time and thing, it just didn't happen. So, but as we do some here, then that's going to limit his access around. Okay, that's all I had, and then on that one.
Okay.
So that neighbor to the south is what's using that loop?
Yeah.
So, or he supposedly our loop, maybe he would go and let us have that little pie there.
This is a different guy. This is one that owns the little store down there.
Oh, different owner.
And the previous owner wanted to sell it because He didn't want to deal with that for a week as well.
The loop very rarely gets used. Very often.
When we had the water tankers,
Yeah, it get
there
used a
it
lot.
was a little more, but now that we don't have a fill station.
Yeah.
It's not as used as much. Usually he uses it to just fill his grain bins up.
The next item, Twin River.
Just, Chairman, Rivers Economic Development Society. We're running some farmers markets and street markets and stuff this year. They're just looking for a little bit of money. I don't know if we have any in our economic development fund. I could give them a couple $100 or something.
Under economic development, yeah, I do have a little bit left. Probably do $200 to $300.
Yeah.
Council's all right with that?
That's all they're looking for, just a little bit of seed money to get stuff going for advertising and stuff like that. So,
Any questions about that at all? I bet Councilor Francis would sponsor that motion.
yeah, that'd be my motion to give Twin Rivers Economic Development Society $200 from our economic development budget line item.
I'm not-
Okay, nope, not gonna want it.
And the goal is just to promote industry, economic activity,
It's
tourism,
home-based
whatever.
business. It's our colonies, that was tables selling their produce and things like that.
So Twin Rivers it's called, I just want to know who the check should be.
That's what it is, I think. So Twin Rivers Economic.
How many people are involved?
In on our board?
Well, no, and what they're doing in those flea markets.
Well, that's what we've done some in the past. Last year kind of died off when we did one. They're trying to do, I don't know, 4 to 6 this year, just a few more. So.
Okay, right, yeah, there's motion on the table to allocate $200 to this organization for the purpose of promoting. Yeah, very good. Those in favor? Carried. That takes care of additional items. Do we want to look at financials? Why don't we do that first? We went over our audited statements this morning. Michael's produced accounts payable here. What major cost increases other than fuel are we going to see? Like what a volatile marketplace. Just yeah, yeah. So now that those quads are purchased, I'm going to keep very detailed eye on those and how they're treated, because if anything happens to them again, I'm not supporting it. Is that okay, LeGrand? You made the motion.
I did.
Oh, that's a lot of money. I mean, we expect them to be treated properly, and I think they do that, but if they're continually getting repaired, we got problems.
So that's a good point that we can do in our ag service meeting is keep a.
Make sure they inform you and not keep any bad activity confidential, you know?
Yeah.
we are paying the Old Man River Regional Services Commission. That's a portion of our requisition. I assume.
Say that again, sorry.
This 22,000 to Old Man River is just a portion of what we owe them for the year.
Yep. If that's services or fees, or it's probably membership fee or something.
Insurance, that's going up too, isn't it, Murray?
Yeah, we're about $220,000 a year in insurance. So it's going up.
Any questions for Murray regarding the outgoing accounts payable?
Back, I think on the back, you'll see maybe paying half of McGrath Fire Department, that coming out. They called and asked for it. Town was tired of covering it, so they wanted us to pay our half.
It's only a couple months before taxes are due, but I asked them at our last meeting, you know, are you in a good position still? And there was in a good position.
They had unlimited funds at the town. You look at this one, it's our financials year to year date, fairly good.
You happy with all of those audited statements, Murray? It sounded like Michael is pretty confident and happy with what they presented this morning.
Mike only had to do 4 journal entries like he did last
Yes,
year.
adjustments.
They were a little, I think they're a little different auditors. They asked a lot more questions and they didn't like something that he had done. I mean, everything was right, but he's like, well, it's been doing it the same way for the last 10 years. Why change it? We got a clean audit. You know, I'm gonna have to argue with Mike a little bit. We got $7 million in unrestricted surplus, which gives us some money to play with. I'm gonna say we need that to carry over as a bridge and everything. It's somewhat true, but at the same time, we gotta get things going. So when we talk about capital, there might be something, I've got some things set into that unrestricted surplus to make sure we carry on it. If we need to, we budget for it, but like this year, we had what, about $900,000 technically surplus. We can carry that stuff through, right?
Use it for capital.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why a couple of the capitals are tight. We got rid of it. We can talk about it a little later. We'll show you. But we've got that little cushion, I guess, as I want to say, not a lot, but enough to carry it as we go year by year. And with everything, the fuel going up, the gravel from 600,000, the budget 750, that's $150,000 difference. The solar project, we lost 300 there. It's just all little things that we're doing good. We're just not newell, but we can do whatever we want.
Yes, sir. That'd be great. Councilor Harris has moved that we authorize accounts payable to be released and approval of the current financial position. Those in favor? Carried. Murray, you have a 19.1. What are your comments on the budget and where it's at? Because there's no other. Well, here it is, right here. Is that?
That's the updated budget. You know, the big thing I was going to ask if you guys took it home last week. Last councilman, you each took one home. Cam's nodding, but I know you all took one.
I did.
You're going to review it. Now I'll pass these out. This budget is we got a little bit more funds. Just balanced out a little bit after we took off a couple things and adjusted some payroll stuff. To take it home, I'd like to next council review and pass.
You know,
Mill rate.
I spent some time last night looking at that budget that we took home last time. And the one thing that came to my mind as I'm looking through there and trying to find certain things, how do you find it? nothing's in alphabetical order, it's all in a numbered order, like, can we not organize that alphabetically, so when we look at that, we can see it?
Not that easy.
It's a department order. So if you're looking at a department, you're looking.
But even in the department, it's not in alphabetical order. Yeah, but it's still not in alphabetical order.
I'm sure that's how it came online over the years.
Yeah, basically, a new item come up, we give it the next number in line.
Yeah, that's what I figured probably happened, but
But I don't know,
holy flip, it's just,
alphabetical order, what difference would that make really?
well, because when I want to find it, I know where to look to find it. We're looking through 30 pages trying to find that line. I don't know, it's just a thought that I had as I was looking through it last night.
20 years, I know where everything is, so just hold on.
Oh, good.
That's why you get it printed off.
I don't see that, I don't see safe in here.
Okay.
Did you ever find that?
That would be.
You get it printed off like this, it's easier to find. You can just throw the pages out of the way.
Page. I believe it's on the very second last page, page 12.
On what page?
12.
Who you looking for, Wayne?
That's usually all our donations to different groups there.
Wayne, who are you looking for?
The SAPE group
SAPE.
for Dennis.
I don't see it either, so I'm gonna have to find.
Okay. Yeah, because we used to give it to we could give it the 2,500 a year.
Yeah.
Line item. Right.
That's AEP. Yeah, because we paid them for stuff we missed the last couple of days, so. Let me make sure that gets on there. It might have it somewhere else, I don't know where else it'd be.
Yes, Pete. Wednesday, after. Yeah. We got drone with patient 10:30.
Maybe that's gonna be two.
Yeah.
What's the impact on, how much are our taxes going up on the average?
Oh,
I thought it was $600. The average?
I just need to, I'm not interested in the dollar amount as much as I am the percentage amount, because if I can save 2%, whatever it translates onto what your building is your, if it's 9%, I'm gonna have a hard time in my area, because basically they said no tax increase when I went around campaigning, so. He said the last 2 years of 14 and 11 and whatever on their property is.
The average increase, about 300, median increase is 380. You want percentage wise?
Well, I'd like to know how much percentage of taxes went up.
What their assessment.
Pardon me?
That'll depend on their assessment.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the average increase.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna have.
That's probably up by 40,000. This one up by 20,000 and not getting the same. Yeah. Appreciate. Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to do it right now, just send it out to us or something.
Problem is, we have to use the portion of this year. We got to make up for it this year, and then plus the problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can take the provinces stuff out and say, we got no control over that.
No, that's
Yeah, that's, okay, let me do that calculation when I'm.
Yeah, I don't. You can have it, yeah.
Because I'm hoping that we can get this mill rate set early so we can do it. Unless you're gonna see any changes that we need to do, levy increase, I'll just take an average of this thing. But we gotta look at, some of these are 40, 14,000%.
220,000.
But I might wanna take out. See, these guys had no house last year.
No, and that's right.
So I had to take those out.
And this guy went up, the guy went up 20,000. Down, right, 20,000, 150%.
Oops, sorry, 20%?
Right there.
20,000.
No, we should be.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Shelley Shaw, she did have no, also she built a $300,000 house.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move to a closed session because we shouldn't be talking about stuff. In an open council.
That is a very good idea. Those in favor?